गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले यानी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैग टैग दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एदा चौकस लगी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी I'm 16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगे कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल टाटा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Game over. My name is Mohammed Khan and I play for Team Freestyle. It's a great opportunity for the PUBG Mobile squads of Pakistan as it gets a dedicated PMPL. The top 20 squads are ready for the battlegrounds. Keep supporting your teams by watching their matches live on the PUBG Mobile official YouTube handles from March 22nd to April 17th.
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second super weekend of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022. And here we are, of course, thanking our sponsors, Oppo, who are going to be the official smartphone partner of PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. And talking about, good things here, one of them is right in front of our screens, the Oppo F21 Pro, which is about to get released on April 11th. 2022, of course, so might want to check that one out, as I am joined along with Blotter. And Blotter, it's been quite an interesting few league days that we did witness. Four of the teams that we really never thought that would be getting eliminated in the second league days. Well, the truth has been revealed. It's all out in front of us, and we do have 4 new teams playing. So how excited are you for that?
Well, again, for the latter, I'm definitely super duper stoked, because again, these teams, they have made a big bang performance when it comes down to the second league week itself, right? The league plays days that we had, basically the 2 days where we did see NES bring in a rocker of a performance, getting themselves on the second on the leaderboard altogether. But again, I mean, we do know when it comes to the leaderboard itself, it's not necessarily going to be based on how many points you collect, because it's all about getting a token into the super weekend. And that brings us to the teams that find themselves not being a part of that. And that is something that when we were casting those league play days, we discussed with you as well. Freestyle, dude. I mean, how is that possible that a team that was doing so miraculously well in the first week was not able to qualify and was almost at the bottom of the leaderboard?
Yeah,
Just unbelievable.
they did commit a lot of mistakes, is what I can say. I do
Yep.
not know what the reasons were, but they were surely not playing as if as to how they were playing in the first week, right? That
Right.
clearly showed with their performance. We had freestyle off to a flying start. You know, they were on the tippity top. We were certainly considering them to be one of the stalwarts to go on and win this entire thing. Which, you know, with the addition of Wasi, with the kind of a form that Malik and Tyrant were in, and then suddenly we enter into the second week and it's a whole different story. They're
True.
not looking confident at all. They have been struggling a lot, but we'll talk about that a little bit later because we've got to talk about the money that's on the line. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is 1.4 crores. That I'm talking about 1.76 crores, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit hiccup over there. So many numbers, you tend to get confused. But yeah, of course, $100,000 on the line and so on. It is going to reduce, but for the super weekends, what we do have for you guys is for every single chicken dinner that you get, you are going to be earning yourself $500.
Exactly, and that has, of course, been a very big booster when it comes down to these teams. I mean, in the first Super Weekend, we did see Quantum Rage absolutely deliver some amazing blows and plays in the lobby where they walked away with $1,500. So that's 3 chicken dinners in the bag in the 3-day affair of the Super Weekend. So that definitely gave them a morale boost as they moved on along from their first Super Weekend. But again, now is the opportunity for the other teams, and again, a big opportunity with the momentum with the likes of MetershotxSKY, the way they have played the 2 league play days. Looking forward to what they bring to the table. Same can, of course, be said right here for Quraysh as well as TMW.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about the teams that have made it. Of course, we've got to keep an eye out on TMW because they are going to be the ones chasing after teams like 3X and Magnus, and would try to topple them over. But Magnus somehow still have made sure that they will be with us. But you know, for the other teams out there, you know, or especially on the bottom half of the table, they've got to watch out
Right.
for all the teams, especially MetershotxSKY, considering how brilliantly they've been playing. As we move on forward, we do have teams like Clarity Esports, 52 Rage, then well, Freestyle, one of the teams that is, of course, not gonna be with us, but it is going to get changed. A little bit of a glitch here and there. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be fixed.
Well, definitely, as we progress on through from this Super Weekend, we are going to have a basic idea and a storyboard as to what can we anticipate from these teams, because now we get all the teams that were not able to participate moving on along to get that opportunity secured. But at the same point of time, of course, a few of these teams have been pushed away from that opportunity. And of course, FS being one of those big names, along with the teams that have been invited not being able to participate. But never mind all that. We'll come back to that conversation as the journey progresses on through in the second Super Weekend. I definitely look forward to what XGeneration are going to be doing because of the way that they've been playing. There have been some ups and downs overall, of course, but in the end, of course, it matters as to what and how you play your games in this Super Weekend altogether itself. Same conversation for Magnus Esports' side as well, because on week 1 we saw Magnus Esports, I mean, especially during the league play days, they were phenomenal. Moved on into the Super Weekend a little lackluster, and then week 2 onwards, again, a team that has not really been given the best of the best plays from their side.
Yeah, and you know, of course, not just them, right? A lot of teams have also fallen. A lot of teams have also, you know, really wake up from the ashes. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, Lakshay, SALTxi8, I think, you know, whatever we sort of talk about this particular team kind of falls less, right? Considering how they've picked themselves up. I'm not really interested in the first half of the overall standings. What I'm really interested is in this particular half. Now, a threshold has been set to 56 points. Now, MetershotxSKY, Quraysh, TMW, and XGeneration, the buck sort of comes down and stops at them. How far can they push, right? Can they, you know, get themselves into the top 16? Because after this, Lakshay, there's just that one more Super Weekend, and you know, big names have been left out. FMR 3D, one of those teams that we definitely need to talk about, because it was a whole different picture when we saw FMR 3D come in. Even the likes of Regicide. For 3X, it's still understandable. Their first event, they somehow scraped through into the first Super Weekend, but weren't that lucky during the second league days. But for teams like FMR3D and Freestyle, you've got and even Regicide. For a second, I could still give that a little bit of a respite. Cut them some slack because they've been a relatively new squad. But for FMR3D and Freestyle, especially FMR3D being one of the invited teams and missing out of the Super Weekend, that is definitely a cardinal sin.
It hurts, dude. It hurts. This is a conversation that I had with the CA as well, and that was during the final league play day on the week 2 itself. And yeah, it just feels so bad to even say that, an invited team not being able to participate yet again. Not being able to, it almost feels demotivated. It almost feels as if you're insulting the team by saying that they were invited. Because if a team invited ends up performing like that again showcases that the lobby when it comes to the Pakistan region is always going to be dynamic. Every single season is going to be a different energy that they bring. But yeah, I mean, in all of that, a few big known names are definitely going to get in the muddle and the pud.
Oh, all right. I just got some news from the productions, of course. Freestyle, however, ladies and gentlemen, a huge clarification from us will be with us this time. Just a little bit of an error out there. FMR3D, however, have missed out. It's going to be the Grounders and the Regicide that are not going to be joining with us. So a little bit of a clarification there. But as we head along to the performance seismograph for VX TFD, one of those teams that I think has shown some consistency. They have not been the best of the lot, but well, I think they've done a really decent job in terms of how they've played so far.
Absolutely, and that has worked for them. Again, I mean, the storyline that they've been able to create has gone very, very dynamically from the ups and down to the lows, through the lows as well. But overall, in all of that, the consistent play that they've showcased in the second week has resulted in a big turn of events for the side of TMW. Now, as we move on along from one highlight to the next, of course, we did have a glimpse on Freestyle's approach as well. Now, Freestyle's approach has, as we said, been a little lackluster, but overall, when it comes to the conversation that is being discussed right now, it is for the side of 4VTFD. And again, it every single week these teams join into the lobby. There's a different play style that they bring, and I'm not entirely sure what to expect from today.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm completely in the darks, in the blinds, right? With all the recent happenings, Freestyle, of course, making it through in those final few moments, just scrapping their way. But yeah, I think the conversation comes down to teams like the Grounders and FMR3D. FMR3D, of course, we're going to talk a little bit about them as well. But we have a different team in front of us, Magnus Esports. Now, talking about this team, we do know, Mom to respect. These are few of the players, even Adil. They have been playing with us for quite some long time. I think it was XGeneration, if I'm not wrong, if my memory serves me right. Now playing under a different banner altogether. And Momto clearly has been one of those players who has really impressed us with his nading ability, especially that one map in Miramar, if I recall. And that was a beautiful squad wipe. The one Teen Wolf managed to clutch it out. And Respect also, one of those players that has commanded respect for himself. But as we take a look at their performance seismograph, we can clearly see, again, you do find those few very good games, and then there are those little bad games in between. So they sort of have to, fix things over there. And I think after that, they're really good to go.
Absolutely, and apologies to just cut you off right there. I was just going to add that during week 1, we can see that the gameplay that was showcased from the side of this team definitely was working in this team's favor. As we move on through towards match 20 and forward, there's been a lot of non-consistent play from the side of Magnus. Now, again, this does not imply that the team is not doing well, because overall they are here for the second time in the Super Weekend itself. So definitely they are doing what is right, and they are trying to slowly make those cards work for themselves, make those drop locations work for themselves. But is that going to be enough is all that I ask, because the way they started the league and the way that they've continued on, this is the mid stage that we find this team in. And as you perfectly mentioned, during week 1, I mean, Respect, they definitely, I mean, Mom 2, the way they played, they deserved and asked for that respect. And the deal, I mean, pushing in along with Cairo, definitely they do have the skill. But is it going to be enough for them to be able to just make that mark and move themselves into the grand finals itself?
That's going to be a big question, because of course, a team like Magnus would want to get in, and they
Right,
do have the potential. It's just that
right,
little bit of a struggle that they are facing with the consistency of things, with trying to find a little
exactly.
bit of a stability in their roster. And I think if they do their job well, I think they're good to go. If I was just taking a look at the statistics and over the performance in the second league days, it was
Right.
sort of ended it on a good note, right? If you talk about Magnus, particularly the last game, they were the ones who finished off at this second position. But a little bit of a head-to-head that we do have between the league play week 1 and league play week 2 of a certain team that goes by the name of TmwEsports. An average is what we have drawn out, and the biggest factor over here, I must say, is their survival time, right? Them trying to
Yes.
survive for as much as they can, and them having really a few good games also have ensured themselves to make it to this super weekend, and it's going to be an interesting affair as to how TMW performs this time around.
Absolutely, it is going to be a candy for sore eye. Maybe, maybe not. But of course, the hope is definitely going to be around that mark, because for the side of TMW, once again, the resurgence that they've showcased in Week 2's league play is definitely going to be the one that will be moving in with the momentum that they've created. And again, I mean, based on the graph itself, the seismograph, you can see based on the matches that they've had from 14 to 16 all the way through, it is a big boost that they've been able to create for them. Now, again, if you want to be very, very critical, you can very well be like, well, that's only one match, right? Because that's 15th match. 14 and 16, the matches that they've had, compared to 13 match as well. Match number 13, it's been a very rocky play. But, well, hey, you know what? Never mind all that, because in the end, they have been able to make it into the Super Weekend, and that is all that counts, because all those points, they do not matter. Now, they start from scratch, and now they've got a massive lead to catch up.
Yeah, and moreover, or even adding on to it, of course, Lakshay, we've got to talk about the fact that they will have to collect some quick points, right? They have to make sure that they sort of get themselves safe inside that top 16 by the end of all the games, because if they do not, teams like, they do have a good chance at taking over teams like 3x Esports, Regicide. And I was really surprised to see the Grounders sort of missing out, because considering their overall standings, they stood out on the 5th position, and what a fall it has been. I don't think it's gonna hurt them a lot, but I think at the same time, they will have to ensure that they qualify for the 3rd Super Weekend. Otherwise, they would be hanging by a thread.
True. That is true. That is very, very true. But again, I mean, when it comes to the points itself, we can very well expect the side of Grounders to be able to pick up the slack that was missing. I mean, now I remember that when it came down to the final moment itself, the team that was right above them had the exact same number of points, but it was just the chicken dinner that favored, and thus the Grounders were not picked. So again, I mean, nothing taken away from that position altogether. But as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, this is the second last Super Weekend, and for some teams, this is the first Super Weekend, and for some teams, this is not even their first Super Weekend. I mean, they've not even been able to qualify. So yeah, the storyline is getting a bit tantered right here, is what I would say, wherein the teams that are sitting on that consistent play on the first 5 to the first 8 of the leaderboard in the overall standings are very well coasting through into the finals itself. No two ways about it, because their consistent play is definitely confirming that. On the other slot, when you move on to the middle grounds, where you've got teams between 10th to the, let's say, 14th marker, that's where a lot of turmoil is taking place, and down south from there, yeah, no idea what's happening, because I mean, you see big names fall down all the way to the 18th spot when you've got those league plays, and then barely being able to make it. Yeah, it's going to be a tough luck for these teams, but again, they've got the opportunity, and this is when they have to start capitalizing. This is the final moment that they've been given to capitalize on.
Along with a few downfalls, we did see some climbs as well. I think we've got to bring Team QWERTY in the picture, because now they're starting to look really deadly. Like the QWERTY that we were all anticipating, they ended their League Play Weeks run at the 3rd position, just 3 points short of MetershotxSKY. And we're also able to get a lot of kills, also get that coveted chicken that they had been long waiting for, right? And along with them, we do have teams like H2E also being quite consistent, and there's another team that we've got to talk about, is Quantum Ridge. Just barely barely making it through, right? And had things not gone the way they, had things not gone the way that they would have wanted, this could have been such a huge blow, because Quantum Rage entering the Super Weekend, that is where we really saw their true potential, right? That is where we really
Right.
saw them climbing up the ladder. So of course, now again it comes down to a rock bottom part where they have to prove themselves worthy, because well, they have managed to win the battle amongst the fire raging all around. They've still managed to somehow make it, because if you take a look at the differences this time, it was not much too, right? It was not
Not
too
at all.
much, right? I think
No.
it was 41 again. The ground is being tied with Quantum
Right.
Rage, and it all came down to those other factors that did make sure that they are the ones to qualify. And this is not happening for the first time. Even the previous while, if I remember,
Exactly.
Quraysh, I believe, were the ones who missed out from the
True.
League Plays Days 2-star esports. They were on 42 points. So
Exactly.
a lot of things have happened, but I'm really excited. Let's talk about the first game in hand. This time again, we're having Miramar back into action, so we're gonna
Oh,
witness
yes.
that as well. So I've been missing myself some good games of Miramar, but yeah, the first game is gonna be in Erangel. As ladies and gentlemen, every player has gotten their game face on. But Lakshay, of course, I'm gonna put you a little bit under the spot over here. Where do you think the circle is gonna end today?
Well, let's see where the circle actually starts, dude, because again, that is the most incredible thing when it comes to the Super Weekends, right? I mean, you look at throughout the 2 weeks that we've been part of right now, League Play Days, you have all right circles, you've got common known or circles that the teams also are all right comfortable with. But as soon as you jump into the Super Weekend, not entirely sure what goes on with the PUBG gods' minds, because every single time during the Super Weekends, at least on the final day for sure, as we move on across, the circles get crazier and crazier and crazier. So definitely looking forward to exactly what is going to be the case for this side, or rather this second Super Weekend. But if you want to say predictions, dude, I want to see a northern circle. Let's see something around the Georgia pole. That would be lovely towards the western front, where we do know QWERTY is going to be jumping on. And let's again keep a crossed fingers and find out, will we be looking at that sort of a zone, or are the PUBG gods having us and the teams as well push on to a completely different zone, maybe like the south?
I mean, well, we've got to wait for it. It's going to be right in front of us in just a wee while, as we do see all the teams taking their plunge. So what's going to be really different is that we do not have the 4 teams that played with us in the first Super Weekend playing with us in the second Super Weekend. Will be completely new teams, and what a way to start off with the Shelter Milta Circle. And I sort of I'm kind of thinking, or rather would want to love to see that little bit of an eastern shoreline fight, just around the Lumberjack Hills, or maybe a little bit more extreme towards the eastern area. But I think ideally this circle might just shift around somewhere between Shelter or Milta, somewhere panning down that area. But for now, let's take a look at the teams that are on the western side. So TUF, Magnus, Freestyle, we do have H2E on Pachinki right at the heart of Erangel, Clarity also. So all these teams, Lakshay, will have to make an early rotation inside the circle, and that might just spark a few battles.
Well. And once again, as you talk about those first blood situations, those early battles, it has been TUF that's been in the limelight during the second week of League Play Days that we saw again and again. They were being harassed quite a lot, but this time around, this time around, my apologies, all I wanted to say was that this time around, they are looking comfortable when it comes down to the hospital drop. There don't seem to be teams around in the vicinity to be able to contest, at least for now. But the zone is going to be a little far further away from there, as they would have predicted or not. It doesn't really matter, because again, it is going to be coasting clear through, because these teams, the difference right now is the fact that they get to play all 5 games, right? Compared to the League Play Days, where they end up dividing in groups and they have to take a break as we move on from one group to the next. Now they get the opportunity to be able to play all the 5 games. So when it comes to the mind plays that are going to be required as the maps keep on changing, this is the moment where the teams that are just playing for their first Super Weekend, they can very well capitalize and maybe even start off with drop locations and drop contestations altogether.
Yeah, I mean, what we've really seen in Erangel is not a lot of drop fights, right? I think that is
Not,
something
no,
that
not yet.
we might anticipate in the third Super Weekend, right? That is where it all comes down because that is what all these teams are eyeing out for, the bigger picture, the longer story, right? To try and stay in the official tournaments for as long as possible, try to get yourself into the finals and then move on ahead into the next stages of the PMPLs. And but for now, of course, like you said, we would love to see some of the drop collisions, some fights, getting a little personal. But so far, the teams have steered away from it, right? They haven't really gotten themselves into those personal vendettas. They've rather, made sure that this was more entertaining. To be honest, Pakistan region has been the most aggressive region that we have seen. One of those regions where we barely get to see any Sanhok healing battles. I mean, what else could you ask for? But right in front of our screens are Freestyle, right? A team that was sort of languishing at the bottom in the final league in the league day, second of the second league day, and so now they somehow have managed to qualify, and that's a really good news. I think a huge thank you has to be said towards Malik. I think that was that one Sanhok game which sort of started the comeback of Freestyle, and they've been looking stable ever since. So, but again, you talk about Freestyle, you're gonna expect bigger things from them. But talking about bigger things, this is one of the teams that we're all looking out for: Destroyer, Khan, Wolverine, and Gravity.
Oh, yes, this is the team of QWERTY that has been definitely picking up the slack very amazingly, because the consistent play that they've been able to showcase has resulted in them every single game try and get decent amount of points for themselves, and even some really high frag and kills and game. So overall, compared to week one, this team definitely has found the perfect jam that was missing from
Yeah.
their play, and they have absolutely understood the lobby as well, as they've been able to take on so many fights. I mean, same of course is the case for Team Star also. Nothing taken away from this team's play as well, where we've seen this team bring in amazing games. I mean, 8 elimination points coming in from a single game, pushing on against the likes of Clarity and whatnot. Team Star has definitely been the star many a times during these weeks, during these games. But will it be enough? Because now, this being the second Super Weekend, this reaches us, or rather, the entire league kind of reaches in the middle ground. And in the middle ground, we have teams that are doing phenomenally well on the first page. Then there are teams who are trying and striving hard to be a part of that middle ground, where we've got Team Star, where we've got the likes of course, so many other teams, and H2E being one of those as well, who have been absolutely fabulous in terms of the way that they've been able to pick up the play style from first week league play itself. So again, very quickly, these teams have been able to adapt. Talk about North Esports, right? I mean, first week they were not able to participate in the Super Weekend, and then as soon as the second league play came in, second week of the league plays came in, they were sitting on that second page, or not, my apologies, on the second position in the overall standing during the league plays itself. So these teams, they're very dynamic, and they're able to clearly understand what's going wrong with them and the lobby, and they're able to capitalize upon that. So yeah, there's going to be a very close competition as we move on through from the second Super Weekend into the third week.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about North Esports. I always knew they had it in them, right? It was all about just bursting out. And once they've done that, I think there's no stopping back for them. And this is going to be such an important day for them, because heading into the Super Weekend, you have those little bit of nerves tingling, because, they do have some experience in their lineup, right? They do have Zameen and Snow that we have also witnessed in the past. But we also do have two other players that have made it, I think it's going to be Maxi. So we've got to see as to how they play around. And I was just taking a look at the map feed, right? While were having our conversation, and XGeneration seems to be holding the center of
Yep.
the map right now, and they could be a potential threat to the likes of Team QWERTY, because every single time you see an Eastern Circle in the Pakistan region, well, it's 60 to 70% that QWERTY comes out on top, right? So they would be trying to be a thorn in their path to getting that chicken dinner and those $500, as we do see all the teams from the western side. Now they are rotating inside the circle. Now SALTxi8 also can be on a collision course against, I believe, Team Quantum Rage. It's going to be interesting if they can just steer past through them.
Well, there are so many teams around in the vicinity. It is going to be very, very
Oh, it's
difficult for the side of
Quraysh.
Salt. For now, it is Quraysh, yes. But again, it seems like SALTxi8 are going to be putting a full stop to that rotation right there at that compound. Of course, Quraysh Esports, they have the information, but very, very well done from their side as they've not decided to retaliate. And of course, I mean, retain that information for as long as you can and maybe then backstab SALTxi8 as they make that rotation from those compounds. Because right now, again, both these teams, they are finding themselves in the comfort of the zone, pretty much at almost in the center of the zone as of now. But the other teams are going to be around in that vicinity too. And with that, the zone makes a shift towards the east, towards Milta Power, and look at those rotations and the teams making that rotations coming in from the western front. I mean, there are so many teams. You've got FSS players who are still two of them out in the blue zone as they try and get closer and closer towards the edge of the zone. We've got the side of, well, at least 4 teams that I can see, but I cannot name them because it's just not visible right now.
I mean, in due time, of course, it will be. But you know,
Yes.
this is one of the circles that we had been talking about, right? The Eastern Circle shift, going on and on. And at a certain point, you know, I was taking a look at MetershotxSKY. They have not even left Novoripnoi. So clearly, quite as they love to play, you know, they are the ones who wait it out, wait for that you know, drastic circle shift, and that is when they start making their moves. And somehow they manage to even survive. But as we take a look at things over here, QWERTY, Khan has spotted out the players of Team Clarity through those little rocks that he's got to work around with. He's trying to form an angle, and if he can spot them out, I think he's going to dish out some massive amount of damage there.
Oh, yes, indeed. And just in time, and we're reaching that 10-minute marker. And this is when the lobby definitely in the Pakistan region gets a little excited. And they definitely try and get those first blood situations drawn in and move on to take on those fights. But for now, again, there's a little bit of distance between these two. And it seems like Khan from the side of Team QWERTY is going to be taking a backseat, but not from the side of Clarity, where they are definitely wanting to take on the shots. But look at that. I mean, Team QWERTY's Khan and Wolverine and all of them, I mean, they're fanned out on the edge. They're definitely fanned out. Whereas for the side of Clarity, they've got a 2-man split coming in from their side. So a difficult position where both these teams find themselves. But as we move on through, the 2 other players of Clarity, Zibian, is going to be very close to the fight where we do have 52x Rage take on the players of TmW. And in doing so, this has been a phenomenal spray coming in from 52x Rage, where it seems like, yep, they have been given that elimination point as well. So TmW not looking too good, where Khan was definitely damaged, and it seems like he has been sent out of this lobby.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, Daku getting that first blood over there, and it took him almost 10 minutes. And considering it's a Pakistani lobby, it's a little too long, don't you think? But you know, XGeneration.
Yep.
Now this is one of those teams that we do have our eyes at, because you know, coming in, making it into the second super weekend, they're also going to be feeling the heat, right? And they have to ensure that the first game has to be a little bit slow and steady. Focus a lot on sticking inside the circles. Do not try to take any sort of unnecessary fights. Focus on the
Right.
objective in hand, as we do have JD getting a knock of his own, and has managed to get the better out of the players of TmW. Now, 2 of the teams who are playing their first super weekend are in action against each other. Let's see what happens.
Well. For the side of XGeneration, they definitely have the information. But now, for the side of TNW, this is a no-brainer. Class 101, repeated again. Get away, get out of that position. This is not going to be a fight that they would want to take, with a numbers advantage in favor of XGeneration, of course, along with, of course, the altitude and the height advantage being on top of that hill is going to be favoring them. And, of course, that visit tower that has been set up over there is going to be cover for them. But now, TMW, they find themselves in a very difficult position as they try and make these rotations a little too late. It is now SALTxi8's compound that they've pushed on along, and in doing so, Harry has been brushed down, and through that, TMW find themselves with Reaper being that man who is going to try and dish out that damage against the players of SALTxi8, but it's a 2-man squad of SALTxi8 against the 1-man army with a UMP though. But will it be enough? Nope, that will not be the case, because Reaper was all by himself, where Marligam was nowhere to be seen.
You know, this is where TMW were kind of blindsided, just charged in, right? They wanted to find a means to escape, to find some safe haven. Instead, ran into the arms of
Yep.
death. But for now, Marlega is going to
Ooh.
be the only player surviving for his team, as he has almost everybody just swarming around him. And SALTxi8, I mean, Blade did come to check the rocky areas around, but XGeneration do find themselves inside a little bit of a situation over there, as the dog does manage to get the knock on Gravity, but Destroyer will come with the trade, as the XGeneration, they have to get their players alive. But look at this, the UF also chiming in, getting the better out of Thug over there, as Gravity, under dire situations, almost, bloodied on his knees right now, needs someone to come and rescue him. But it is going to be basically just walking into the mouth of a crocodile if you want to try and save him. But well, the players of QWERTY are willing to take their chance, as Team Clarity from up above, they're keeping a keen eye on this fight.
Wow, this I did not anticipate. For the side of Team QWERTY, I was going with you that why would they want to push on to take that fun player and revive him, but it seems they are. They definitely are. I mean, they are definitely wanting to jump into the crocodile's mouth, where they do have Tatty up on top. Right behind them, we saw another team making that rotation. But in all of that, the zone has moved away from these positions, and this is something that again is going to be definitely altering the position and again the push coming in from these teams. But will it be enough? Because again, the fights is what we are here for, and Team QWERTY as well as XGeneration, they are in to take it all. And XGeneration, they are not wanting to drop without taking a fight to the face of Team QWERTY. But again, I mean, Team QWERTY, just that one-man army pushed on to get that cover for his team, to try and get the revival for his team, but sadly ended up being the demise of his entire clan. In that doing so, XGeneration will stand true and tall. I mean, they did take a few blows to the face, that's okay, but overall, Psycho and Thug, they'll still be able to move on along, still being a part of the lobby, still being able to have those opportunities to create more points, either it be placement or be elimination. But in all of that, Quraysh Esports, they have not deterred from that position. They've got that perfect spot set up, and they're like, you know what, we're going to be utilizing this for as long as we possibly can, and rightfully so. They have all the right to, because they've got the information, and there's no team around that can. Oh well, my word, dude. H2E comes in from the back. There we go.
Wow.
All
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PMPL Pakistan again, because this is where we only see all kinds of ludicrous circles, and one of them is right in front of us right now, as Rollin will ensure that he gets a better of Red, just blows up his vehicle. But what a huge mishap and a huge blunder that QWERTY was caused by them, because had they left Gravity all by his lonesome, maybe 3 of the other players would have been still alive. But enough about speculations, we're going to talk about that a little bit later, because I do find Crypto already knocked and finished over there. So again, SALTxi8 not really having a good time, not really a kind of a start that they would have wanted, but still they've managed to accrue 3 finishes for themselves, so they can be a little bit happy about that fact, at least. A little bit of a copium going on there, but losing out on Crypto is something not to be happy about. But while we're spotting out Assad and taking a few shots at them, and TUF, they are taking fights on all fronts.
Well, they definitely are. I mean, TUF have seen the likes of this team. When they are pushed to the edge, they definitely just pick up those swords and they go hunting out in the open. And this is exactly what they're doing with the guns, of course, in the battleground. And rightfully so, because they need to get those points for the team. As of now, in all of this action, the one team that has been missing, that is something that you did talk about earlier, is the side of Metershot. The 3-man clan, who have jumped in with a 3-man army this time around, have still yet to be seen. They are still yet to be seen in the action. They're still yet to be seen, in fact, on the map itself, because they are in the blues. They are in the water, just keeping a close eye on the fights, but definitely nowhere close to them.
If this works out, what a genius play will it be by them?
Right,
Because I have not seen a lot of teams taking an eastern shift and playing around the waters, right? Because considering these cliff areas that you have, once you get spotted out, you're basically done. So it's going to be interesting how they approach this one, as MetershotxSKY Esports under fire over here by the players of Clarity. Now, Drawlin has certainly been one of those players that has really caught my attention, the way he's been playing, the way he's been clutching here and there. But for now, for VTFT, enjoying that sweet little spot out there, will manage to get one more player. It's the last, I believe, Pain life for his team, as he's managed to dish out some good amount of damage at Leon's direction, as Leon will be trying to heal himself up, but the cover fire comes in from behind, as Leon will also be responding in fashion, eliminating the whole squad of 52 XGeneration Esports at the 12th position.
Well, there we have it. With that fight taking place, it definitely lured in for the players of 4V, and in doing so, we couple of minutes ago saw 4V TFD, but at the edge. But now they're moving away from that edge, and this is going to be the opening that, of course, MeterShot were waiting for. MeterShot have now jumped into that arena, but it's going to be tough for them to actually get into the zone as they try and climb those rocky edges. On the other front, it is going to be easy picking for the points for Team Star, as Quraysh have been caught off guard, and behind them is going to be XGeneration. So both these teams, again, I mean, they definitely needed those points, but the position that they find themselves in right now is definitely a tricky one. And to get out of this, yeah, somebody has to definitely give a back blow to Team Star, and that will be the breather that maybe XGeneration and Quraysh were waiting for.
But look at this circle shift, you know, now all the fishes, they will have to come out on land, you know. I do not know if using the term fishes is going to be apt. Let's consider tortoise, maybe, or any amphibious creature on land. I mean, that's upon you guys to decide. But yeah, I think Team Star, with the way they've been playing, they've been holding off the players of Quraysh Esports, and I think they've managed to find out where exactly they are. Now, at this point, you know, you would either want to throw a grenade or a Molotov. Now, God Fury taking such a huge risk, I do not know if that's going to really work out. But yeah, of course, Zyro J managing to get that knock off Adi. Now, God Fury's objective will, of course, going to be to scout out where the remainder players of Quraysh are, and along with it, you know, scavenge some of the loot that is falling down there. And there you have it, another nade going in, and does manage to get down Zyro J as well, as Cairo with a shotgun. He's going after the players of Team Clarity. Cairo not only managed to get one but two already, as 420 boy keeps charging on. Almost had it, but Clarity having themselves saved from the clutches of death. Here they wipe out the squad of Magnus Esports.
Wow, just a one-man clan from the side of Magnus, dude. That would have been amazing if he would have been able to get that clutch for his team. But nevertheless, I mean, Magnus was able to walk away with, I believe, 5 elimination points is what I saw. But with that, we've got 9 teams remaining, 27 players alive, and TUF still in the fight, where we do see Edgar bringing in some massive blows. And look at those nade parades against the players of H2E, where 2 of them have already been knocked. But again, numbers advantage is something that H2E always tries to favor towards. And, well, that is something that, of course, they'll try and, well, never mind my word, because they have been eliminated. So H2E down to a 2-man army right now, all thanks to Edgar and his nade. 7 elimination points confirmed for the side of Team Star, and they are still moving about, easy picking through the water, and there is no team around, as we can see in the minimap as well, that is interested in any of this fight that is being brought on to the face of XGeneration from Team Star.
Yeah, I mean, so many teams around, but XGeneration doing what they possibly can. I'm really interested in MetershotxSKY going up against 4VTFT, as you could still see Bashir struggling, and Zyro J, I think he's going to be advancing at his direction, giving his teammate the exact location. But before that, you know, it's going to be highly important for the players of you know, Star not to waste their grenades, and finally spotting Bashir out. Oh, it's a walk in the park, as he managed to get the wipe. Yeah.
My apologies, but Team Star is all over the place. I mean, we were interested in the fight that they were taking against, of course, XGeneration, right? But look at the map. Right now, we've got one player from Team Star who has moved all the way away from the zone to keep an eye out from that edge. And that is where MetershotxSKY are trying to get into the zone. And that, I believe, is going to be the opening that MeterShot thought would be possible, because 4VTFD's one player, Leon, was keeping an eye onto the edge, but it was all brought down thanks to Team Star. And now Team Star are just racking on these numbers, taking on these elimination points. But hey, NES, I completely missed this team. They are still alive. They need these points as much as anybody else. Quraysh needs these points as well as anybody else. But the numbers advantage, it is favoring NES and Team Star.
Lakshay, what happened to 420's vehicle? Why was it?
Wow.
Not in the righteous minds, only if vehicles could get inebriated. But regardless, Zameen getting taken down by Teen Wolf as he spots him out. Now Maxi needs to provide that important quintessential cover fire. Can he get that done for his team? Yes, Teen Wolf has been dealt with. Maxi doing his job really well now. Of course, Zameen will get the rest back up by his teammates, but this is where 420 boy, he's got to make some moves as both these teams have to make a race inside the circle. Now 420 all by his lonesome. We've got to see as to what he's up to. Still manages to get that knock onto its Avenger as Maxi. He's going to be eyeing out for him, but 420 realizing that he needs to make a run for the circle. He is doing exactly that.
Again, I mean, you gotta give it to 420, dude. The way he plays, he's so quick, he's so quick and decisive in terms of the way he understands how the fight is supposed to be taken and how and when you're supposed to walk away from a fight. And with that, talk about taking fights, Team Star absolutely rocking it and blowing it with the way that they've been able to control so many teams as they try to make that rotation. Now they have their crosshairs and eyes set up towards Metershot. Again, I mean, throughout the past, I think 5 minutes, every single time we've seen Team Star, they've been racking up those points in terms of eliminations. They're interested in one team or the next, but they've got their crosshairs, they've got the information, and they're just waiting for that point to turn up in their side.
I so want Star to get this chicken dinner. I mean, this has to be one of their best performances so far, right? Especially understanding how the circle is going to be, taking those eastern shores and not really letting anyone get onto the land once you've taken the dip. They went as far as getting their own player into the waters just for those kills. So this sort of a kill-hungry approach was much needed from their side. But MetershotxSKY, I mean, it was a long rotation, rather a rotation, but all they could end up with is the 6th position. Is at the 6th position. But for TmwEsports, I think they have come in too far. Making it into the top 5 in their first game of their first Super Weekend in the PMPL. I mean, that's already a huge feat to achieve.
There definitely is, but they just need to stay strong and stay, of course, as the numbers advantage is favoring them, alive with all the 4 players surviving. I mean, H2E, again, they have had an interesting run, but they're down to a 2-man army. 4VTFD are down to a 2-man squad, as we can see, who are, again, being harassed by the side of NES, where Maxi, again, I mean, these dudes, they have this opportunity. If they try and rush and push to take on the players inside that compound, then they can definitely sandwich H2E. And in all of this, we do have TUF's one final player, and that one final player is going to be Edgar, and he could maybe bring in that X factor. And there we go. The push that we were talking about has been created from NES, and the opportunity is theirs for the taking now.
Oh yeah, I mean, they certainly do have the numbers advantage, and the worst part is the players of 4v2 are cornered to one particular direction when you would ideally want them to create a crossfire. As Avenger, his position has been compromised. The entire squad swarming in. Danny completely invisible there, somehow managing TmwEsports to keep all their players alive. They've got to get those rays back up, but do they have enough time is the big question, Lakshay.
Dude, that was close. That was really good. I almost thought that, yep, there we go. NES Esports, they're not looking back. They're not looking back. They are done. They are dead. And thankfully, they've just knocked in. Of course, the revival will be given to them. So they still stand strong with 4-man squad against the 4-man army of Team Star, who have a momentous approach in this game altogether, where they have now pushed on to take on the players of H2E. And this is where NES are going to be bringing in a blow, but not so easy, says Gyro, as he brings in a massive amount of spray towards the push coming in from the side of NES. And now Edgar, the one final player, the X Factor, is maybe going to be drawing attention towards him and taking on these easy pick and kills for his team, where they do have NorthEsports right in front of him.
Oh, Maxi just barely by a skin of teeth trying to clutch it out, and indeed succeeds against taking the last player of TUF. But this looks to be going into the favor of Star. They just keep on rushing along because their teammates are providing the cover fire, and there you go, yet another squad wipe. But it all comes down to the last player of H2E, Pan, whose position has been absolutely compromised, and yet he gets the second knock. Ooh. Now this is where things start to get really exciting and interesting, because it's going to be a 1v1 where Pan has to go against God Fury, and both their player positions are compromised.
Well, this is looking really good, because again, when you talk about those utilities, both of them sitting with a level 3 helmet, and of course, when it comes down to the kit. This is going to be favoring Pan, maybe, because again, you look at that. Oh, never mind my word, because that revival is going to be so very close, and that revival, if it's given, is going to be the edge that Team Star needs. But this perfectly set up nade, will it be enough? Push is what is required from his side, and this is the moment for him to do so. With that, he will deliver the massive blow. He's going to be retired as soon as he gets one final blow, but not that easy, says God Fury, because God Fury knows exactly how to flank those bullets. Dude, this is an incredible nightmare that H2E's Pan would have never even thought he would be a part of.
But Pan is definitely living up to the hype. That grenade a little bit, overcooked there. But Pan here is making a run for his life, charging in at God Fury's direction. Does manage to secure that knock. It all comes down to Hung. Can he clutch it out? Yes, he does.
Wow.
As Team
Wow.
H2E snatch the chicken dinner from the clutches of Team Star Esports out of nowhere. These lads have done it. Wow, Pan, take a bow.
Take a bow indeed, dude. That was a miraculous play coming in from the side of Team H2E, especially of course Pan. With dude, that was just amazing. I could not have anticipated that result, because the way Team Star were looking, the way God Fury was making those pushes, he was very much in control of the fight. At least it seemed like it. Whenever it came down to the nade parade that, of course, Team H2E's Pan tried, that was also not really given the kind of blow that was required. And then suddenly, he just gets the chicken dinner because of his, again, this is the resilience that has resulted in Team H2E just keeping up those numbers, keeping up the consistency, and here they are proving that exact same thing all over again. But along with all of this, I mean, yes, kudos to any H2E as well as Star, but we do have to congratulate NES as well. I mean, North Esports, they had a really good run. And the first Super Weekend that they're playing, they finished third with decent amount of elimination points. Is a good boost to their morale for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you, right? All they wanted to have is a slow and steady start, and making it to the top 5. They are already doing that, and also along with it, we did witness a few good finishes from their side as well. But I think the star of our show, I really felt that was Team Star, which suddenly got overshadowed by how Pan played, and brought not just the chicken dinner, but also those $500 for his team. And one more feather in the cap for the players of Team H2E in the Super Weekend, as this is one of those teams that has always impressed us with the kind of plays that they've made, and I'm kind of looking forward to what they have to offer. Enough for this matchup. We still have a lot of talking to do, but after this short little break.
Go.
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I think the Oppo F21 Pro, all in its might and glory. I love that new color orange, right? Of course, I think I'm gonna get my hands at that. And even if you want to win some winner chicken dinners, might want to check that one out as well. But heading into the happenings of the first game, it was absolute mental when H2E just snatched the chicken dinner out over there and made it theirs. But let's take a look at who the MVP of this match is going to be, because I am pretty sure, Blotter, we do have a lot of contenders for this one.
Do Team Star. I don't know if it's going to be God Fury. I doubt it's going to be Leon, because he was brought down, I believe.
I think it's God Fury.
It could be, right? I do think it could be, but again, like you so said, there are other teams who did play really, really well. They did get a lot of elimination points as well. So contestants are definitely going to be close in terms of the numbers, but of course, sadly, there's only going to be one who will stand true, and it is going to be God Fury from Team Star walking away with 7 eliminations, 4 knocks. I mean, those are stealer. I mean, those 4 knocks coming in with 700 damage that he's been able to get. That's just completely, jumping into others' kills and being like, hey, wait. I need to just chime in along just a little bit, and get that knock, and your kill is your kill. But wow, just a destructive play.
I think one of the best things that team started in this particular game was just rotate early on, hold on those eastern cliffs, right? They knew a lot of teams were going to be resorting to the waterways, maybe take a dip inside that, and that is where they could be, they realized it's a good day for fishing, and that is exactly what they did, and God Fury was on the top of it all, right? Especially with his teammates, helping him out, the one taking a leap inside the water, spotting the players. All he had to do was dish out those grenades over there. But for sure, Pan, you cannot rule out this player, right? 7 eliminations.
True.
And
Definitely.
it's just this damage numbers that did not help him against God Fury. But in my heart, I think for all the Pakistani fans out there, I think he's earned a lot of love today with the way he played, especially going up against the Team Star, who had their whole lineup alive, and suddenly they were just all out of the picture. They were all over the place, and none of them could take down Team H2E's Pan over there. Now the biggest question sort of arises, right? Was it Pan who clutched it out, who was really amazing? Yes, definitely. But along with that, we're not going to be talking about all the sweet and good little things, right? Team Star messed it up towards the final end moments, right? Especially when they had their 2 players up, all they had to do was bait the player who was on low HP, try to draw Pan's attention towards him, and then could have gone on to the higher player with the player with the more HP could have easily finished the other one off, but
Right.
failing to do so, the chicken dinner, well, it was taken away. But still, in other regards, Lakshya, I believe Team Star have done fairly well.
They definitely have. I mean, another thing, as you so perfectly were mentioning, right? Those easy pickings that they were part of. That was a really good read from their side, where they were just at the right moment, at the right time is one thing, but also being looking forward to that right moment at the right time, right? Because you can read the zone is going to be making that sort of a shift, has made that sort of a shift. So definitely there are going to be one or two or three of those teams that are going to at least try to make that sort of a water rotation, and they stuck to the edge and they took on those fights, and then they realized, all right, there are teams like the side of XGeneration, so they started picking on those. And again, the best part being the fact that on the main center of the zone itself, we had QWERTY, we had H2E, we had TUF, and they were all so busy in their own side that nobody disturbed Team Star, as they were just easily picking off one knock after the other and getting those points for themselves. With that, as we look out into the match summary, I mean, it clearly showcases that aggressive game that was in favor of Team Star, but of course the chicken dinner was stolen away from them, but not the elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is one of those games that we were kind of thrown off with the way the circle panned out, right? A lot of teams had to make that western shift, and a lot of big names had to fall down early. I think this is where we take a look at the match rankings. Of course, Team Star will be the overall, table toppers in this match only, considering the 16 eliminations that they had. And H2E, of course, a great performance, getting the chicken dinner. 7 kills just coming to Pan. He was absolutely brilliant. That this is one for the highlight reels that he's earned, and especially making sure that you playing at the best of your performance, you get $500. Nothing could be better than that. But as we move along, MetershotxSKY, again, I must say they have had a really good game. The first one, and entering into the top 3, I think that is 16 points. They're going to be taking it with open arms. But we have to talk about Team QWERTY's push on towards XGeneration, especially knowing the fact it was just Gravity who was knocked out, but 3 players, Lakshay, committed to try and go and save him, and they were all
Yes.
annihilated. What do you have to say about that?
That again, I mean, you were talking about it, and I was agreeing with you that yeah, this makes no sense. That would be like stepping into the dinosaur's shoes mouth altogether itself, and there's no reason for them to do so. I mean, Gravity's already given away the information. One of the players had already taken an elimination point already, so it's fine. Let that go and move on along. But somewhere along the line, they decided not to. They decided not to and stick together as a team, and that was the downfall and the elimination for the entire gang. And yeah, I definitely do not back that, and I'm sure the team will now realize also that yeah, that was probably not the right call. But hey, it's okay. It's part of the battleground. It's happened. It happens.
You know what? I wouldn't have questioned them really trying to go in for the push, but I'm gonna question the circumstances, right, under which they push. You have to anticipate. It's not just XGeneration that you're going up against with.
Right.
You had teams up top, right? We did see team
Exactly.
Clarity also being present. We had the players of team TUF also on the southern side. So a lot of teams were already there, and well, Gravity was way too far off, and they had a good position, right? All they had to do was try to edge it. You lost one, cut your losses, head on, move ahead with life, and they could have done better in that aspect, and they went in blindfolded, right? They did not check the corners, they lost their
No
1v1 duels, and it all came falling down for them. But this
Yep.
is the moment where we're gonna take a look at how H2V traversed inside the zone. Now this is the part where you're going to start seeing the players of Star really having a good position. They will be taking the edges, the cliffs over there, while H2E find themselves amidst all the drama. They've been in the midst of the thick and thins. But MetershotxSKY, this is one of those teams that really I was looking out for as to how they are going to be performing over here, because if you take a look at how they really rotated, they used the waterways right at the eastern side. That is where they were trying to rotate and get inside the circle. But H2E, man, I mean, he was there for such a long while, right? He stood out for his
True.
team. He did whatever was necessary, and managed to get the chicken dinner for himself.
Well, same, of course, is the case, kind of the case for the side of MetershotxSKY as well. In the previous circle, we did see them make that zone rotation coming in from the, of course, eastern front, or western front, my apologies. And they went through 4 teams. I mean, they went through Clarity, not finishing them off, but right in between them, they went through to get the compound for themselves. And that, again, was, of course, a huge undertaking for the side of MetershotxSKY, because they did not lose a single player as they made that fight and made that rush and push to be a part of the zone. But then, as they were part of that entire saga, they started losing, and as they took on the fight, or tried to take on the fight against H2E, and indeed, of course, we do know what that final blow was brought from, and that was Pan from H2E, just completely stopping Team Star in the tracks. But hey, both of these teams, in fact, all 3 of them, Team Star, Team H2E, as well as the side of NES, they have had a really good start, a really good momentum start to this day, I would say.
Yeah, I think 100%. All they've got to do is try and capitalize on that. Now, H2E,
Yes, stick to that.
while we were taking a look at the zone analysis, we really witnessed them. They were in the thick and thins of fights. They were engaging. They were trying to avoid as much trouble as they possibly could. But like we did see, that shift coming down towards the eastern side, what their intention was not to get inside the entire power plant, right? They had to take over the edges, right around the fences. That is where they decided to go. And in doing that, they avoided so many fights. They did not have to go with the trouble of engaging against teams like Magnus, Clarity, Esports. Rather, they found themselves in a comfortable position. But as we take a look at the Oppo F21 moments, more than the highlights, my eyes are just going towards that orange color that we do have. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get this one if Oppo, the boys from Oppo, do not send this to me. But yeah, I think it is one of those phones that definitely needs to be looked out on, and it is released on the 11th of April. So might want to have your calendars booked, ladies and gentlemen. It is definitely going to get sold out. But yeah, of course, talking about this matchup. Now, this is the moment that we were talking about, right? Team Star absolutely being fishermen over here. A lot of fishes just coming their way. Not just one, but they went after a few more squads, and then this is spread out. But in a while, we will see the entire action unfold in front of us as they went absolutely mad.
Absolutely did. And again, as we move on through from this fight to the next, we did have Magnus try and take on the blow to Clarity's face right off the face, but but they were not allowed to do so. I mean, that was an amazing, amazing rush coming in from the side of Magnus. But boy, oh boy, 420 boy in a different sort of a somersault that was completely missed in the game itself. But hey, I mean, battleground, you gotta have a little bit of fun, and 420 boy delivering, exactly showcasing how it's done.
I mean, I was really surprised, he still somehow survived that. And then,
Yep.
then he sort of got a good knock, and then he tried to escape from the fight, eventually got taken down. But Maxi, being the savior for his team, and this is what we're talking about. Now, Star did try to push it all along, and God Fury had all the time on earth to try and execute the fight the way he wanted. Now look at Pan, how he got out of cover, got down that one knock, and this is where Hunk had absolutely spotted him. And still, still in those moments, God Fury has his attention completely in a whole different direction. Now this is the moment where Hunk should have been the one coming out of cover, should have been the one who should have baited it out. But no, it was God Fury. In those little miscommunications that we clearly witnessed, that is where the game was snatched away from them.
Exactly, and it all happened so incredibly fast that for the side of, even though numbers advantage kind of favored for a couple of seconds for Team Star, they did not anticipate it. And that is what took them by surprise. And again, I mean, Pan, he was so quick with his sprays. He was so on point with his sprays that God Fury was just absolutely smackered that, what? Wait, another name? What? How? And he would go back to try and get that revival on Hunk, then push on, but not able to capitulate. But again, this is just, I would say, a perfect game from Pan being created against Team Star. But overall, again, as we move on through the list itself, look at Clarity. Wow, 956 damage. Look at Team QWERTY, 710 damage. But sadly, not being able to convert those points in, of course, eliminations. So that is going to be troubling them. TmW, not a good start for their side.
Yeah, and for Quantum Rage, of course, you've got to feel for themselves. They've been, they've been having some issues lately. I do not know what that is, but they still have hung on to the second spot. But they're gonna get contested from here onwards, because now H2V are tied with them. Now SALTxi8, they're still gonna hold that first position. They still do have a little bit of a gap built up. They're a cut above the rest, but teams like QWERTY, of course, it's going to be important to see whether or not they can catch up. But when you take a look at the fifth team, the Grounders, they're not with us, and they're gonna keep on falling. It's gonna be a steep fall. But Team Star, I think, especially since that last game of the first league days, this is a team that has realized that yes, we are capable of bigger things. We can pull off comebacks, and they've done exactly that today.
They definitely are, and they are definitely not going to be stopping as of now, because this is just the momentum that they needed, momentous start that they needed for the second Super Weekend. As you move on through to the second page, now this is where things get a little interesting and also a little crazy, because if we talk about the target that is required for these new teams that are playing for the first time in the Super Weekend is going to be 56 points. It was 3x in the first Super Weekend who were able to play all the 15 games, and they finished on the 16th spot with 56 points to them. So these four teams, they are going to have to try and get as many points as they can to get close to 56 or even more, maybe cross that, because from that 16th to the 15th position is a big leap into 80 plus points. So yeah, they've got an uphill battle, but again, it is definitely possible. And with that, first game done, of course, as we move on through to the second one with Miramar coming up right now. The stats are going to be favoring, well, okay, let's see if this will be the case. I mean, definitely would love to see these sort of finishes in the game by the end of the game.
Freestyle, they haven't really made their presence felt in the first game, right? Considering how they were playing, they've still been looking off, and it sort of is, hitting me so hard. Now, take a look at how they have been playing, right? The first league days, they were absolutely aggressive, right at the faces of their opponents. Even during the Super Weekend, we did get to see them perform some really good plays. But ever since, we have witnessed the fall. Now, they barely scrapped through qualifying into the the league day from the league second league days to this particular super weekend, and that was how. If you take a look at the position points and the finishes, all they had been doing was prioritizing on getting good positions rather than getting good finish points. So again, the team not playing in its natural habitat, in its natural element, that kill hungry style that freestyle are known for, has sort of been the cause of concern. But maybe in Miramar, which is one of their stronger maps, we've got to see as to how they play this one around, as QWERTY are going to breathe a sigh of relief, because they're going to go uncontested in San Martin, Lakshay, because, well, the grounders, they could not make it to the second super weekend.
Well, look at that. A ray of hope coming in for a few of these teams. But again, well, yes, that is a good thing. Another thing to actually bring along, a topic to bring alongside that is just that. Those drop contestations, and that I honestly anticipated that, it's such an aggressive lobby. There definitely will be, by the time we reach into the second week, there definitely will be teams keeping an eye out and taking on those shots to take on their opponent teams, or not necessarily opponent teams, but just, to get those points kind of flat-lined in the overall lobby. But that's not been the case. Every single team is playing it really precise, and they've got their own strategies and their drop locations absolutely penciled down, and of course the rotations as well, which is a big boon to the entire lobby and us as well, because that makes the final few zones of the game, the final fights of the game, that much more interesting. But yeah, that definitely is something that is a big change for me, along with, of course, the other point that you mentioned, that when it came down to those heal battles that we used to see, well, that has not taken place anymore. So it definitely does seem like the Pakistani lobby altogether is playing a different game, a different macho game altogether this season.
And they sort of have come to a collusion within themselves, right? That, hey guys, let's listen up. Sanhok healing battle meta is boring, so might as well try and fight it out. But another interesting circle, a Western one at that, centered around MetershotxSKY and Thug. He is gonna be taking it to the skies as. I'm done.
Well, he tried. He definitely tried, but sadly was not able to deliver. But of course, that audio cue has been given away to Ash from MetershotxSKY, and one of his teammates, Kadir, he is still floating and flying in the air. So, well, MetershotxSKY are also not looking very well versed in terms of their drop for this initial few moments of the game.
Thug is never gonna, fly a glider ever again. I mean, he needs to get his pilot license revoked, with completely just blinded by that car. And to his defense, I'm not gonna blame him, because now that we take a look at from the bird's eye view, it sort of looks a little camouflaged, right? You don't feel that car. But then again, the authorities would say, you're supposed to take the glider on the track. It's not for off-riding, right? And that is one little mistake he committed and had to pay the price for it. But it's going to be interesting as to how the teams are going to rotate inside the circle, because there's a heavy traffic on the eastern side, and even on the southern and the southwestern side. So few of the teams are in really good positions. Even the likes of OVTFT having a commanding spot, right? Just dropping off at the western side of Monte Nuevo. If they somehow take over the Monte Nuevo hills, then this chicken dinner could just be theirs.
Well, again, I mean, I definitely agree with the fact that the drop that they have decided is going to be favoring them. But the game, well, this is going to get trickier, because as of now, we're looking at, of course, the first zone itself. But as these teams from the Eastern Front, they start shifting, I believe the zone is going to be throwing a curveball to these teams, because whenever you've got so many teams making a rush into the zone itself, the zone always throws another curveball and then pushes those teams to take on another zone altogether and take on another battle altogether, which is, at least that's what I'm predicting and hoping. But nevertheless, when it comes to 4VT's positioning, they're all by their lonesome. I mean, they're going to be playing this game for the next 10-15 minutes all by themselves, just chilling around, because they find themselves on the northeastern front of El Pozo, and there is absolutely no team in the vicinity. I mean, for the area radius of about 1800 meters, there's absolutely no team for 4v TFT. So we can definitely keep them out of the question and conversation for, I think, a couple of minutes now, because they are just going to be chilling and Netflixing, I think.
This is where no, I can't really put them out of contention, and a little bit of a parallel change. Maybe Destroyer is just not feeling himself with the previous outfit. Maybe he's got his lucky clothes on. But for what is there for us, Lakshay, is the fact that, talking about 4v right? They've been slowly climbing their ranks. Now, the past game, if my memory serves me right, they were the ones who had control over the power plant, and yet they were not able to get the chicken dinner. So
Right.
that is one thing that they really have to work around with, because understanding, taking the center and holding the center are two entirely different things, and the latter is definitely the difficult part, right? But Team Magnus, well, I think we saw some signs of resilience from Cairo's side with his brilliance with shotgun, almost just wiping out the entirety of Team Clarity. Had 420 not made the move at the right time, because it gets so deadly, right? Even when you're personally playing, and when it's a close quarter combat situation, and you do know your opponent has a shotgun, you kind of have to think twice or maybe thrice before trying to advance in his direction, because if he gets that first shot connected, you're basically done for.
Always, every single time, always. I mean, definitely. If you hear that, you know for a fact that there is no way I am wanting to take that angle or even sneak that angle, because, as you so perfectly said, I mean, that one shot, and that is all it's going to take in that close range. And that is something that was being delivered so perfectly. But again, clarity numbers advantage definitely favored them. But overall, a moment to remember for sure. As we move on through with the game, we still do have teams keeping a easy peasy role as of now, but those teams that found themselves on the eastern flank and the eastern front now seem to have scattered a little bit. As we can see, I mean, Quraysh Esports is the only one who seems to have stuck towards that. Apart from that, we do have XGeneration making that northern rotation. Team QWERTY have moved on as well as FS and TmW. So as teams now start making this rotation to get into the center of the zone, this is where 4v the conversation or the question is going to be raised for the side of 4v Are they going to stay quiet, or are they going to start delivering some sprays and blows right off the bat as they start looking at these teams and get that information? I mean, I would rather, of course, have them stick around and just play it safe and not and just retain the information and not retaliate, because it's still too early. But let's see what their action is going to be, because so many teams are just rushing towards that position right now.
To be honest, because taking a look at 4v right? Now a lot of teams are trying to rotate. Now the ideal way of approach should be from the northern side. That is something that the players of XGeneration have made. So some good IGL calls being made out there, and Leon, he's a little bit away from the pack, right? Now if one of the players of XGeneration tends to spot him out, then he's basically done for. Now MetershotxSKY, again, typical MS Sky, they're gonna be the last ones making this making a move inside the zone. But then again, this is one of those tricks that haven't really worked out every single time for them. Maybe a few games, maybe that has worked out, maybe when they just sort of got lucky, but they need to learn a way to fight their way inside the zone. Now every single time you cannot be of that mentality that we're gonna let all the teams pass, we're gonna be the ones who will be fighting it through the zone, and then enter as all the teams have gone in, try to get a good central position, and then maybe take a few fights and win the chicken dinner. That is so easier said than done. But right now in front of our screens we do have team SALTxi8 Lakshay. Now talking about this team, the team had a good decent start in the first game where they went after the players of XGeneration, I believe, and after that we sort of saw a steadfast fall from their side. Not XGeneration, I believe it was team TmW, if I'm not wrong.
For XGeneration,
someone pushed on their compounds. I think
yes,
it was
they
TmW. Because XGeneration, they were in the waters, if I remember correct. They got taken down by Team Star.
Right, exactly. That was the end of them. But before that, when they were in the compound, I believe you're absolutely correct. It was TmW, perhaps. But once again, I mean, as the conversation started with Magnus, or even before that. we were talking about, of course, the side of Metershot, and then moved on to Salt. I just wanted to add on in that particular regard that SALTxi8, my apologies, is also one of those teams that has done the exact same thing that MetershotxSKY is doing right now, right? I mean, when this entire thing started off, that was the team that was always looking on to, and still is actually going down on the Erangel map towards the military base and then making those rotations. But now, as the league has progressed on, as the tournament has moved on from that first week, in the second week, they have taken on the stride to be that aggressive stance and push on into the fights. But from the side of MetershotxSKY, that is still lacking and missing. And again, I mean, not to retaliate against that sort of a play style, because it's kind of favoring them and working for them, but it definitely will not in the long run. And now, as we move on into the zone and look on to the fights, it's 10 minutes into the game, and of course, as discussed earlier, it is the 10 to 12 minute marker when the teams in the Pakistan region, they get a little itchy. They're like, we want some first blood situations. We want to be able to get some retaliatory action going on. We want to get some points for ourselves. But which team is it going to be that will be the one that will be delivering us with that first blood situation? As of now, it is going to be MetershotxSKY taking down the players of SALTxi8, and in just one massive turn of events and spray, it is going to be Snow spraying down two players from the side of SALTxi8, and it is going to be Reviews and Uzum who have been dropped from this lobby. Wow, what a position coming in for MetershotxSKY, but of course, sad for SALTxi8.
You know what? I love this, right? I absolutely love this. I'll tell you why. Because MetershotxSKY, now this is the first super weekend that they're playing. Now, SALTxi8 weren't really acquainted with their style of rotation, because when I was taking a look at the map feed, right, MetershotxSKY were right on their south, and they knew at a certain point, someone of from SALTxi8 is going to be a little bit vulnerable, a little volatile, is going to be taken down, and what a way to find them while they were trying to rotate, right? So exactly, a very good success. Now this is where the players of SALTxi8 were just caught off guard with Snow not letting the spray go. He sort of believed, and this is such a difficult thing to do, because ideally on any perfect situation you would want to get a knock, try and reposition yourself, get yourself patched up, and then go and get the second knock, or maybe try for that. But he knew that this was a golden chance that he could not miss. He took it and reaped the fruits of his rewards.
Absolutely, but again, this is just not a one-time thing. This team is going to have to keep on doing these sort of plays again and again and again throughout the entire Super Weekend, because this is going to be their first opportunity. And well, again, nothing taken away from them, because they are definitely utilizing every single opportunity that is being provided to them. If not, they'll actually end up making those opportunities for themselves to be able to create those points. But with that fight done, with that taken care of, we are still looking at teams who are slowly, securely making those rotations, getting themselves into the zone, and now pretty much all the teams are in the zone itself. So this is where the positions are going to be that much more critical, because the zone is going to start constricting, of course, but along with that, what teams are going to be called out in the open? It seems like Quraysh have found an enemy out in the open, and they're going to be delivering a blow to TmW.
Oh yeah, I mean, but for now, even the players of Quantum Rage, they've been spotted. TmW not really at the best of spot, because in really close vicinity to each other, you would want to witness a few of the players kind of taking that spread. But Harry nonetheless finds his knock on Adi, who is completely caught off guard, and Romeo, he's not providing that cover fire, that little tree not helping him with his vision over there, as the vehicle has also been destroyed, as Romeo, he somehow needs to escape from that particular situation there, Doctor.
Dude, Mani, I just looked in the minimap. The dude on the left of SALTxi8 basically is Mani, and he's been able to create a flank angle. Now, if TmW is not careful, Mani could very well be putting a full stop, an exclamation point to the fight that TmW is taking out in the open. But that's not it, because now we have MetershotxSKY players against Snow and his prey are so on point, bringing in another knock. It is going to be Quantum Rage on the receiving end, and Spark being the man who has been eliminated from the lobby with that 3 elimination points, defeat points for the side of MetershotxSKY in just 13 minutes into the game, with all 4 players for their side still surviving. And this long-ranged fight that TmW has taken has resulted in that first knock and confirmed elimination point. But is it going to be enough? Because now, well, again, I mean, it probably should be enough, because Quraysh has been brought down to a 2-man squad, so it is a bit tricky for them to even try to retaliate.
Oh, but QWERTY, they seem to be under heavy fire as well because two of their
Wow.
players are knocked out, and Khan, IGL missing out of play. But you could clearly see now Halsey comes in out of nowhere, dishing out all that damage. Will ensure that he's the one who's not missing out on the party, as Mani. He's got to hold on to the little low ground that he has. In fact, has to get inside the circle though, but would want to cause some casualties in the department of TMW, as Reaper X and Money both on really low HP. But can they make it? Reaper X does not,
Wow.
but Money somehow, by the skin of his teeth, survives.
But for how long? But for how long? This is not going to be the ideal situation that, of course, Quraysh would have anticipated to be a part of, where Mani did have that flank angle working for him. But once again, I mean, he did blow a little bit of a damage to TMW's players, and now Harry with the UMP pushing on with that level 3 kit is definitely looking very, very strong. But Mani, will he be on point? And yes, he does. With his UMP, he's going to be able to deliver that much more of a massive blow again. I mean, Harry had a level 3 helmet non-touched at all, a level 2 vest non-touched at all, and it was just the spray in control of Mani's hands that was able to deliver this massive retaliation, and Mani is still not yet done. TMW thought they had this game, they had a wonderful start, but dude, they forgot that Quraysh Esports' Mani is here to deliver some massive blows to the side of TMW.
The only issue I felt with TMW in that particular situation was not trying to provide cover fire for each other. But right now, we're going to talk about that a little later, because we do have Team Star in real close vicinities with teams TUF. Now, the only major issue is the case that none of them are inside the circle.
Exactly.
Lakshay. They have to somehow get in, and they are yet fighting.
I mean, the other fight as well as these one, they're all outside the zone. The zone did make a big shift, and again, these teams that were dropped on down towards the eastern front, they found themselves so close. And boy, oh boy, look at that! TMW, they took that fight a bit too extended the fight, and again, the blue zone has definitely not been their favorite, of course, and that results in them getting eliminated on the 16th position. Along with that, as we move on through, the fights are being brought on from all across the board. TUF taking on the fight to the players and the face of Team Star, who were looking really incredible in the previous game, but right now they have not really retaliated. I haven't seen them utilize any of those utilities. All the utilities that I noticed came on from the side of TUF. So, but then again, none of them were at least on point to give that sort of a damage that they anticipated. But again, for now, it seems like Team Star, they're going to be playing the mind game. They know that getting into the zone is going to be that much more crucial than taking on this fight, and that is exactly what they shall do. With that, Quraysh Esports also get eliminated, and that is going to be the end of that first blood situation that we were part of between TMW and QE.
All right, so now Quraysh, well, we've got to see what happens. But for QWERTY, now they find themselves just playing on the edges of the zone. They've got to get inside the circle. They have so many teams who are already present over there. And Tyrant, he's going to take a fall. And MetershotxSKY, well, again, they try to rotate in pretty late. And clearly, it seems that it's not working for them. They need to get back to the drawing board and change a lot of things, especially their timings of getting inside the circle, as we do have 3 teams eliminated already. Quraysh Esports also out of the scenario. TMW also taking a really fast exit. Not a good start for both these teams over here as they play their first Super Weekend. And now XGeneration, one more that is playing their first. They're just around the edges, but can they get a good spot, as Cairo did spot out Black, did manage to dish out some massive amount of damage. But now Wasi in close contention against Cairo. Now both these players have taken a little bit of damage, but still no one out of the equation. But somehow Malik really coming in to help, as Wasi displays some amazing gun skills over there. Exactly what you would expect from this little wonder. And well, he's delivered.
He definitely has an in style indeed. I mean, I was looking at his UMP, looking within the iron sight. 21 bullets is all he had left. Just perfect spray to his opponent, and then change the gun to absolutely deliver that exact same smackdown performance against the opponent. And just like that, I mean, he ends up getting the 2 elimination points, easy peasy. But now his crosshairs are set to the teammates of his opponents, where we do see Magnus's respect is down there somewhere in the warehouse. But of course, his teammates is going to be close in the vicinity. But they have been brought down to a 2-man army, and same is the case for SALTxi8, of course, as we saw earlier as well. So many teams. I mean, this is crazy, crazy Miramar that's turned out. In the 18-19 minutes itself, we've seen so many fights all across the board.
Oh, this is very hurting for Team Freestyle, because now I do not know really if the move was perfectly fine, making so much noise, especially when you realize the zone is not in your favor. But Wasi, regardless, has managed to get a knock on God Fury. Usama barely surviving by a whisker over there, as Wasi would want to eventually go on and just destroy that vehicle out there. As you could clearly see, Team Clarity have the best spot inside the zone, like we predicted, just towards the eastern side of Monte Nuevo, and
Yep.
even Gravity is in a good decent position, only if he can survive.
Well, he's a lonesome. He's a one-man army from the side of Team QWERTY. He just needs to stay as quiet as he possibly can. Team H2E still in the very much vicinity of this center of the zone. Along with that, of course, we do have the side of 4VTFD, who have found the eastern front of the edge of the zone. That is going to be theirs for the taken, at least for now. But from that eastern front, in a few minutes, there are going to be other teams that are going to be making that rotation. So 4VTFD's position is a bit of a tricky one to be able to maintain and sustain for long.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really exciting to see what we can do from around there. But Crypto, just gets taken down by Leon, and yet another disappointing performance coming in from SALTxi8, with who just have the one last player surviving, as Ash just blows up the vehicle of Team Star, and suddenly they are just down to their final two men, as the chaos is just about to break over here, as now a lot of teams do want that huge warehouse that Team Clarity are holding on to. But we do have another fight brewing in front of us, XGeneration against Team Magnus.
Well, there's going to be the north of the zone where XGeneration did make an entry. Along with that, as we move on through to the eastern front, it is going to be 4VTFD, as was discussed earlier, who have a compound, who's making on sure that no team is going to be able to push on into the zone from this flank. And this is where, of course, they are delivering some amazing blows to their opponents. 4 elimination points already confirmed, and with this perfectly set up nade, it seems like Leon OP is definitely on the track to getting a lot of elimination points for his team. And in that doing so, of course, this is going to be what was missing from the side of 4VTFD's play, and the aggression. The aggression is right here, but once again, there are still so many teams that are going to be around. Will they be able to drop 4VTFD in their tracks? As of now, they are very much in control. I mean, look at Starboy, you look at Leon, you look at Wash. All of them, they are setting up some perfect crosshairs, and they have the compound, of course, working for them in the cover. But the zone moves away from them, and who does it not move away from? It is going to be Clarity. So Clarity still have the zone working for them, and it seems like a little edge of the zone of the final player of Team QWERTY, Gravity. He still has that. Ooh, Team Stars God Fury, a one-man army, is going to be so very close. Does 4VTFD know, I wonder? There are no audio cues. Oh, okay. Now, of course, that nade is going to be given that audio cue, perhaps.
I think they were aware of his position, because you could see the vehicle parked, and he was constantly trying to lob a few grenades at the direction. It's just for VTFT understanding the fact that they have no petty business to do with him right now. All they need to do is get inside the zone, and for doing that, they have to deal with him. And there you go, the entire pack just swarming inside. God Fury trying to put up a final stand hold as he gets taken down, but eventually does manage to take not just one but two, and almost knocks out the third. So he really did whatever was possible, but it's going to be a huge job for Starboy. Now, considering the fact that the circle is starting to close in, how are they going to get in as the final player of Team Star, Zyro J, making sure that he makes life worse for 450FT, as they want to get inside the zone, but it's looking so very difficult.
Well, I'm sure these teams are going to be thanking Magnus's Mom 2, because Mom 2 has definitely delivered the blow that was required from so many of these teams that were being punished from the side of 4VTFD, being stuck in that compound. And there's all now Mom 2's praise that are just absolutely stopping 4VTFD. But in all of that, still, 4VTFD are a 4-man army. They are going to get that revival done. But will it be allowed? I mean, will the rotation, will they be allowed to get into the zone itself? And that is something that, again, Magnus have to ask for themselves as well, because they are out in the open as well as we look on the mini map. And this is going to be a tricky conversation for them to answer because, well, as soon as I ask that, Bashir ends up giving a massive blow. Thus, only one man survived. That's going to be Mom2. And now it's a 1v1 between Bashir and Mom2. XGeneration need these points. And that spray from Bashir is going to give the blow. But 4v just absolutely retaliate.
Yeah, they capitalize on that situation as hell had broken loose, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Over here, as squads are just getting eliminated by flies, as if they were flies, in fact. But for now, you know, Zibian under heavy fire from Zameen Esports. They had been invisible from the map for quite a time. And Asad just comes in, throws a grenade, and just wipes out the entirety of QWERTY Esports as if it were a piece of cake. As Gravity is got to do some fighting, has got to do some hustling, has taken sure that he holds on to that first floor of himself, as now making the right decision, just closing that door in order to avoid that grenade going in. And now, you know, faster, he's not going to back off either, right? He's going to take his chances. And Gravity, what can this lad do?
Just survive, dude. Just survive. I mean, he's already crossed so many barriers all by his lonesome. They are in the top 4 teams right now, thanks to Gravity, of course. So that's going to be perfectly working. And look at that. He's not wanting to take on the fight all by his... Well, again, never mind that. He did retaliate and he did bring down the player. And 52X Rage, of course, they had a 2-man squad, so that definitely favored them, thus resulting the squad the compound goes in the name of 52X Rage. With that, we've got 3 teams remaining. Team H2E still part of the fight. NES still part of the fight, or correction, NES getting eliminated once again on the 3rd spot with 9 elimination points. So a GG play again for the side of this team.
Yeah, but H2E almost really close to that second back-to-back consecutive chicken dinner, as Red has found his mark, has managed to knock down faster. Will spot out the second one as well, just praying and praying, just has to prone down. What? As wait a second, they've done it again. H2E back-to-back winner chicken dinner, instantly propelling themselves to the first spot. This time, however, with 11 eliminations, making sure that they had 3 of their players alive. It did not just come down to ban, it was a team effort, and they played all their cards right.
Dude, this team of H2E, I'm not sure what exactly are they, how exactly are they, but whatever they are doing, it is absolutely annihilating the lobby every single time. I mean, initially in the week 1, you know, I was comparing Team H2E's playstyle somewhat along the lines to Metershot, where we do see Team H2E try and stick to the far ends of the fight, and then they slowly chime in along to as the zones start constricting, right? But again, it's not exactly the same as Metershot, because when it comes to the fights, they're absolutely there. Even if it's a 1-man army from the side of H2E, they are absolutely penciling down their opponents, which is amazing to witness. Unbelievable that league play. If we were to just completely forget what has happened and go back to league play day 1 and look at H2E, nobody could have said that this is what we shall see from H2E in like a week's time.
You know, this is what you know, really speaks out for H2E, right? The consistency that they've managed to hold on to, especially entering into the second Super Weekend, and off to such a flying start. You know, 2 chicken dinners out of the 2 games that have been played, and have collected for themselves $1,000 freaking dollars. Now that's a lot of money that we are talking about, and have now established themselves in the top spot. Now, but the big question still pops up, right? This was again one of those cases where H2E dominated the first day of the first Super Weekend, but then we did have that little bit of a fall. But we're going to talk a lot more about that, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well. All right. So, day number 1 of the second Super Weekend right here, CA.
Yep.
Me and Fixes were part of the first game. Welcome to the desk, dude, as we get through and busy with the third one. But just to kind of bring a synopsis, H2E is delivering massive blows, unbelievably so. Team Esports, a team that is playing for the first time, right, in the Super Weekend, they have been able to finish third consistently in the first game as well as the second one. But now, as you chime on long, what are your predictions going to be, dude? What are your anticipations for the second Super Weekend from these teams?
Okay, I think it's the same thing where even in the first Super Weekend, we saw H2E really be that surprise factor and bring in these consistent performances. It's a big reason why they even started the Super Weekend in the top 5, right? And then we come into this week and they're repeatedly delivering. And similarly for Esports, we saw their resurgence almost in the league stage of week 2. We saw them really bounce back strong, and you can see that consistent level of performances continue. Now I think the only thing that remains for Esports is getting that chicken dinner. They weren't able to get it in league stage.
True.
Haven't been able to get it yet over here, but once again, consistently getting into the top half of the table and in the top 5 players. They always have a player, so clearly looking like a team that has absolutely fixed everything that was going wrong in week 1.
Definitely. I mean, all they needed was that week 1 to just kind of recuperate, and once they did and understood the lobby, they have chimed it along from the second league play itself with a perfect synergistic play coming in from their side. And as we move on through, we do have the side of course, H2E, who got the chicken dinner, but alongside is going to be 52 XGeneration Esports players who also, I mean, they did try and stand up for quite a long time, but there was nothing stopping Team H2E because the spray was in point, the information was absolutely on point, and that absolutely resulted in them walking away with the second chicken dinner. That was, again, a high fragging game. 11 eliminations from the side of H2E. So a wonderful turn of events on Miramar for this team. But as the lobby continues on, as the games progress on along, we are going to see what exactly is going to be their storyline. Because as just a couple of minutes ago before the break, Fixes was mentioning, I mean, this is something that we saw from H2E earlier as well, but as the journey progressed on, as the day rather progressed on, we saw H2E just fall back onto their own gameplay and just chill back because they've had decent games. Maybe that would be the case as we progress on, or maybe not, because this is the moment. The moment and the momentum is definitely favoring H2E. But enough said for their side as we move on through XGeneration, another team that is going to be playing for the first time in the Super Weekend, and Jaydeep right there with 5 elimination points. Definitely a kudo performance to him for his team.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think really you can see the teams that have got off to a strong start. A clear name that is missing is SALTxi8, right? And the thing is, it's not surprising, honestly, Blotter, because when you think back to first Super Weekend as well, SALTxi8 really started ramping up in terms of performance from day 2, not really from day 1. At least towards the end of day 1 into day 2 and day 3, they ended as the overall leaders. Though I wonder if that has changed now with back-to-back chicken dinners coming in through for H2E. I wonder what the table even looks like, where Quantum Rage ends up, you know, for that matter, and how teams towards that top half are really affected. But I think what this is really starting to show us is that these teams that have come in from the qualifier, we've had some teams really been able to step up to the mark. We've had some down performances as well, but really my eye stands out to teams like H2E that have not only stepped up to the mark, but have been delivering consistently since then.
That is so true, and that consistent play is what has resulted in this team reaching all the way up here. But before we talk about all of that, this is what I wanted to bring up. Esports, I mean, this is the team that is playing the Super Weekend for the first time, and this is the team, the reason why SALTxi8 were not able to push on along, because they were left down to a 2-man squad in the first few minutes of the game itself as they tried to make a rotation. So it was all thanks to Esports being a part of the lobby, and again, maybe, as you so perfectly mentioned, the side of SALTxi8, they're going to just take a chill pill, perhaps try and understand what exactly are these new teams doing in the lobby, and maybe from day 2 onwards in the Super Weekend, we see the resurgence from SALTxi8. Alongside that, as we move on to Team Star, a team that had a wonderful game number 1, has had a little bit of a tough luck in this game.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where I think Team Star again Similar tale from Super Weekend 1, you know, where they had moderate success at the start of the day, but they were never able to consistently push it on forward to the rest. And they ended up being what we know them to be, which is the middle of the pack team. Now, I'm sure they'll want to change that. I'm sure they want to build onto that. But regarding the point you mentioned about North, Blotter, I 100% agree. I think coming into PMPL, there was a lot of talk about how the players of North are insanely experienced. You know, they have this ability to be able to adapt. They have this ability to be strong mentally.
Yes.
All of that I'm getting to see in action right now, and it's an absolute pleasure.
It definitely is. I mean, from one game to the next, if you end up playing this sort of consistently for the side of North Esports, I'm saying, then definitely we can have this team be one of those top 10, top 12 positions by the end of this Super Weekend, or maybe even further. But it is going to be a tough ladder to climb for their side, and they are slowly but steadily, of course, trying to get that raise up. With that, as we move on through to this final fight, look at that. All the information was already given to Dread as the final player of 52X Rage tried to get some information. He was just not able to, and of course, we did see that Dread already got that first sight and the first information onto the feet of 52X Rage's player as he was trying to rotate. But yep, there we have it. The perfect game for H2E. 1,845 damage dished out with 11 elimination points, along with, of course, that chicken dinner favoring them. But once again, if we go through the entire lobby, in the previous game, or rather the Erangel game, I remember, we were looking at pretty much the same thing. The towers of the damage, they are pretty much all across the board, but only sadly a few select teams are able to participate in those elimination points.
Yeah, exactly.
So they take on fights, but they are just not, they're just not able to finish them.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I will still appreciate the fact that, you know, they're feeling confident enough to go for the aggressive moves, the fact that they're able to still make it happen. But, of course, that appreciation only goes so much distance. The actual thing they need is points in the bag so that they can get themselves into a comfortable spot for the Super Weekend. And that's where you need the fights to start going your way. So we'll see if they're able to make that happen. But for now, this is what I was talking about. By 2 points, H2E with the back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners get themselves into the #1 slot. Blotter, what a move.
What a play. What a massive play indeed for the side of Team H2E. 4 chicken dinners for their side, along with, of course, the eliminations and the placement points working in this team's favor. Definitely taking a little bit of a lead against SALTxi8, but probably not for long. Anyways, never mind that. Both the teams are looking very comfortable. In fact, the teams all up in the first page are going to be definitely happy with the way things are going.
Oh, most definitely. I think especially 52X Rage with some decent performances coming in here, they've got themselves into the top 5. And I think really amongst this top 10, the teams we have to look out for is now QWERTY as well as Team Grounders, because Grounders, they're not playing this Super Weekend, but they're in a comfortable spot somewhat with the 123 points they were able to get in Super Weekend 1. Similarly, FMXR3D, somewhat of a comfortable spot. You know, I think at the end of the Super Weekend, we can expect them to end around the 14th, 15th mark maybe, and that's where I think they'll be in slight trouble, but not so much coming into Week 3. But QWERTY is one I want to talk about, because really, when it comes to the league stages, this team looks like it's a team to beat. But when it comes to the Super Weekend, we see somewhat of a subdued performance almost.
Yes and no. It's a little debatable as well, because they're trying. I mean, that's all I can say, right? I mean, every single time, you know, honestly, every single time that the directors and the producers take it down to the side of Team QWERTY, they are definitely taking on the fights. It's not that they're not. It's just they're not being able to get all the fights working for them. And also the biggest fact being they don't have the numbers advantage whenever those fights are being spoken about. With that, as you move on through to the next page, look at North Esports on that, of course, 17th position as of now with 56 points. Well, 30 more points, 3 more games, sorry. It is very, very possible for North Esports to be able to climb up to Magnus Esports' strat.
Oh, 100%. And I think really for North Esports, it's going to be all about scaling the ladder second by second, point by point. And I think for them, a simple goal will be at the end of day 1 to try and find themselves in the top 10. If they can achieve their goal, that top 10 by end of day 1, then the sky is really the limit when it comes to the Super Weekend. They can maybe even push for a top 5 slot by the end of the Super Weekend. But for that, you're going to have a monstrous one, because you still got 8 out of 10 teams right now in the top 10 playing the Super Weekend.
Well, with that, as we move on through to the third game of the day, it is going to be taking us back to the map of Erangel. And do we have a third time charm coming in from H2E? Is what I believe the question should be. But again, I mean, even if they do, even if they don't, it doesn't really matter because they are through. They have gotten $1,000 for themselves in the bag easily, and now it is the other teams who need to show a little bit of a resurgence, as you were talking about it. I mean, clarity for the side of Quantum. NorthEsports is definitely doing it. SALTxi8, they have definitely been on that bandwagon since week 1, so I definitely want to see a resurgence from the other teams in this game for sure.
Yeah, most certainly. That's what I really was trying to imagine coming into the Super Weekend. I felt like in Super Weekend 1 going into it, I thought Clarity would be a top 2 team, or a top 3 team, continuously contesting with teams like SALTxi8 for that push. But they haven't really been able to get there, and unlike most teams, like you said too, I don't think there's been mistakes necessarily as much as there has been, just a lack of, sometimes the luck goes wrong, sometimes they make small mistakes, micro mistakes, and that ends up affecting them in the long run, and it's these small things that have started to add up. So I want to see really Clarity almost just clean up the entire thing and come strong with a chicken dinner to prove what we know this team already has, which is a high caliber in terms of that talent. So we'll have to see. Maybe in match 3 in Erangel they can make it happen. But I will say, again, the point to remember is that what we can expect from teams like Clarity, who have proved it before also, is that even if they don't turn up in the Super Weekends, when Grand Final comes, that's a team to watch.
They will be there. They will be there. And as you're talking about Clarity, just to add on, I believe, we've got so many other teams in the lobby who are capable of that sort of an onslaught, right? I mean, we've seen Freestyle bring in that sort of amazing plays for their side. But again, somewhere along the line, they're missing. But one point to add on in all of this is going to be the fact that the teams that are getting those chicken dinners, like from the side of H2E or for Team Star or for the other teams, I mean, it is, at least from what I have noticed, it is the numbers advantage that these teams are always prioritizing. All 4 players should be standing. All 4 players should be able to push on into this fight or into the circle or into the zone. Even if we are taking a backseat approach, we want to have all 4 players surviving. MetershotxSKY doing the exact same thing. And in the end, I believe that numbers advantage definitely ends up favoring these teams. But again, I mean, not always. The day started off with the Team Star having the numbers advantage, but Team H2E's pan came along with his pan completely destroyed the process that Team Star were a part of and stole the chicken dinner away all by his lonesome. So yeah, I mean, a lot of chaos in the Super Weekends from these teams.
Oh, absolutely. And this chaos is really going to mean that we get a lot of thrilling action, a lot of amazing gameplay to witness, and hopefully, Blotter, some chaotic circles as well. Because I'm back and I want them back,
Hey, dude, I was talking to Fixes, the same thing. And kid you not, the first game itself, the first game that we casted today on Erangel, the zone was absolutely one that you would have called for. You saw that, right? I mean, it was just like, all right, see, finished. And now again, as we move on into the Super Weekend itself, that is what is going to be delivered from the PUBG gods, thanks to, I guess, CA.
No, I mean, it's all thanks to really the region, I would say. Because it's almost like the PUBG gods are like, you did not heal battle in Sanhok. We appreciate you. Here you go, have some fun.
Whoa, what's up with FS as one player? Okay, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Look at that. At the spawn island itself.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I assume he disconnected, I guess, and was not able to get in on time.
Definitely it looks like it. So just want to see if that's going to be 1 player, 2 player, or what. But again, I mean, here I was anticipating that we'll see a comeback story from FS. But hey, it's going to be a comeback story from the entire lobby. There we go. That's what was required. And that is exactly what will be delivered. And justice will be provided to all of these teams and their fans, of course, because we want to have a fair fight. We want to have all the players jumping in together and then they decide to fight together. They don't. Yeah, that kumbaya situation is all theirs for the taking. But of course, right here, at the battleground, it's going to be equal playing field.
It's like you're singing Kumbaya around a fire, dancing in a circle, but you have guns in your hands.
Exactly. That is so perfect picturization of that, because that's exactly what's happening.
Oh boy, I mean, yeah, like you said, I'm glad that the lobby, I believe, is going to get rehosted. So we will see that player of Freestyle rejoining. But what that means is that we will not get the same flight path and the same circle. So I'm curious to see where it does end up going. Because for a second there, I was a little like, it was a standard northwestern circle, you know, it wasn't really anything special. So maybe this rehosting, it's all destiny with the player being left behind. We get a new circle, a new lobby. We'll have to see.
You know what? Seriously, CA, if that ends up happening, if that honestly ends up happening, I don't know, dude. I'm going to cut ties with you, or I'm definitely going to be writing like a legal document with you, because yeah, that is definitely going to be scary if that ends up happening, because your word is so on point when it comes down to those zones and the way these games are being played. But along with that, look at that wonderful Oppo F21 Pro. Now that is going to be the official smartphone partner right here at, of course, the PMPL PUBG. But alongside all of that, that thing is going to be available 8th. No, is it 8th? No, it's I think 11th April onwards, and that is going to be crucial for you lads sitting back at home, chilling across, to get your hands on, because you definitely do not want to shy away from that opportunity. That is a sleek design that you want to have in your hands as soon as it is out in the market. And like I said, 11th April, it's going to be out there, and I do want to see photos from you guys being shared all across the social media, along with, of course, hashtag PMPL Pakistan, and let us know what team were you rooting for. Did you get that exact same result or not, or what? Because yeah, it is going to get crazier, because by the time we reach that 11th April date, we are going to be moving into the 3rd week, and things are going to definitely start getting heated up, because that is going to be the final week for PMPL.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be the final super weekend, and it's going to get real interesting to see which teams do end up making it to the grand finale, because the weekend after that, where we do have the grand finale, it's just going to be all of this hard work and dedication the players have put in, all the way from the qualifiers coming into picture right then and there. But hey, we've got a decent bit of time going into that. We're still in day 1 of our second super weekend right now, and H2E, they've taken the lead from SALTxi8 in that overall ranking stage with their back-to-back chicken dinners. Now, we always talk about this, Blotter, because whenever a team wins 2 chicken dinners in a row, you've got to have the discussion. Can they make it a hat-trick?
Right? That is true. That is definitely true. Can they do so? Can they deliver so? But that again, Fixes kind of did confirm that. He was like, you know what, SALTxi8 also did that, but then they just take a chill pill, because that's what teams do. They like to take a chill pill, and maybe 4th game, 5th game, they might come back. They might take a chill pill in this game and then come back stronger and make that much more of a massive blow to get that much more money in the bank.
Yeah, I mean,
possible. It is possible.
Exactly, right? Like, because I think, like Fixes mentioned too, you assume either teams will take a chill or they'll get complacent and fall down because of that. But hey, if your team is able to stay consistent like that for 3 back-to-back games, chicken dinners, it's almost like half your weekend's work is done with just half a day of that weekend, you know? You've made the bank with the 3 chicken dinners coming in, you've got the points with the 3 chicken dinners coming in, and after that, you truly can chill. So maybe a reason for H2E to really step up. It's easier said than done. I think a lot of teams, when they see that team really starting to go strong, they want a piece of that, and they usually end up getting aggressive with it.
They do, or they start getting a bit too overprotective, and or they start overthinking situations, and that's when things also start faltering for their side. But again, that's part of the game. That's part of the battleground altogether itself, and that is where nerves of steel are born, and nerves of steel are experienced as you go through those sort of experiences. And that again is all brought down to how you take on those fights, how calm you are as you play as a team together, and so many things that all brings down to the synergistic team that is going to be required from all of these players who are playing together, of course. But in all of that, we are going to be jumping into game number 3 in just a couple of minutes, as the players, we've just gotten word, they are boarding, they are going to be preparing as we get ready to get into the battle right here on the battleground. But once again, dude, so if we were to talk about that zone, we've seen a lot of military-based zones now, I would say. We've seen some really intriguing Eastern Front zones as well. What other zone could be drawn that would make you say like, okay?
I mean, I remember one zone you mentioned, actually. It was the shooting range zone that I would love to see. And in that northern light itself, maybe a Yasnaya zone, maybe a Stalber zone, you know? I think that'd be pretty cool.
That would be neat. That would definitely be neat. Because again, I mean, if you end up having games back to back on these maps, so again, we're talking about Erangel right now, so you know when it comes to Erangel, you're looking at 2 to 3 times Erangel being played in a particular day.
Yeah.
You want to be able to look at, and then the next day, same thing, and then the next day, same thing. So you want to be able to look at a different sort of a zone every single time, and that is what will make things that much more lucrative and interesting. But again, it's all down to the gods of PUBG to deliver us with that or not. It's going to be their choosing. But for us, when it comes to the flight path, here we go. A pretty standard flight path as of now. Starting from Novorupnoi, from the southeastern front of the map, going all the way up to shooting range. So, okay, all right. We did talk about shooting range being part of the zone. It is where the flight path ends. Okay, is where I'm going to leave it.
I have a feeling we might end up seeing a northeastern zone come out, and that's Stalber, Yasnaya zone we were talking about. Might come into the picture. Either that or it just ends up being completely standard Gatka final zone. So we'll have to see which direction the PUBG Mobile gods are leaning. Are they, comfortably sitting, want some chaos, or are they willing to let teams take a breather and just play some basic Erangel rotations right here?
Did you say breather? In the battleground?
I guess
not gonna happen, dude. Not gonna happen. Not at all. I mean, this is the moment where these teams need to be delivering massive blows, and again, if they will not, well, PUBG gods are gonna be definitely forcing them to take on those shots based on the zone itself. And I do hope that that ends up taken, because again, when it comes to these fights, when it comes to the rotations and all these things, the few teams that are playing for the first time here in this Super Weekend, one of them, of course, is MetershotxSKY Esports, who has been delivering perfectly well and consistent playstyle for their side. But the others, like for example, XGeneration, the team, I've seen them again and again try and take on fights. TmW, I've seen them try and take on fights, but they just need the zones, the rotations, and all of that to just work together in that kumbaya approach, to be able to give them the edge that they need to get those points. Because again, it's a huge undertaking to know that you need to get at least 80 points by the end of the 3-day affair to be able to even be a part of this league. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very difficult position.
Oh, 100%. And really, these teams, I'm glad that they've got that confidence to make it happen, because they need to get it started from day one. I can understand if coming into day 3, we see a lot more slower approach from those teams, because they know they've already missed one Super Weekend. They want to make it count. But really, day 1 and day 2 is for you to take those fights, take those risks, hope you get a win along the way, and also, of course, play for the win. But then in day 3, you can start slowing things down, focus on just getting point by point, and therefore, you almost maximize your approach across the entire Super Weekend. Before now, we've got the standard drops coming in, Freestyle and Quraysh landing along the Milta Farm Ferry Pier area, can see each other, and immediately the shots taken by Freestyle. We know they're not a team that, is really going to have the trigger control. They see someone, they shoot. That's their philosophy.
Well, same, of course, was the case, I think, for the side of Quraysh Esports as well. As we did see, for the side of FS, they were damaged a little bit. There were damaged goods as they dropped onto this battleground. And I do want to say, or rather believe, that it was all thanks to Quraysh Esports Romeo with this mini that he was able to tap shot as the players of FS tried to find themselves drop onto the battleground. But again, it is Quraysh Esports' money now with that AKM trying to get that spray, but nothing doing as of now. But again, a decent start from both of these teams, where they tried to take on the fights, but did not end up favoring anybody. So again, we've got 64 players, all 64 players still surviving. FS going to be moving away from their position, and again, if you look onto the minimap itself, they are going to be traveling towards their known location of Ferry Pier. So they were a little far off from that location, and that's why there was a little bit of a retaliation from the side of Quraysh Esports, who did not perhaps anticipate that sort of a drop coming in from FS. But now, where FS has started off making that rotation, they are going to be facing H2E right off the bat as they make that push. And this is where things could maybe get tricky for FS, because again, they just got in the vehicles and started running, so they probably don't even have enough weapons to be able to retaliate. But never mind that, because that was all speculation based. H2E is not interested. H2E will showcase their face as we move on into the final few zones of this game.
Yeah, H2E on the 2-2 split, I assume they just had 2 players separate from Pochinki to try and get an extra vehicle or 2 maybe, and also detect the rotations of other teams. Now, like you said, Ayeshui, they didn't take the fight right there with Freestyle, but they're sure to know that Freestyle is going to be somewhere along the shoreline, maybe in Ferry Pier, maybe along the bridges. So I wonder if H2E ends up going there towards the mid game to try and not just shut down Freestyle, but also get control of that shoreline along the way, because you can see the way the circle is right now, there is sure to be, at least for the next few circles, that many a rotation along that shoreline, along those bridges, and H2E does have the opportunity to try and capitalize it and gatekeep them from there, as well as take a location that could potentially come into play towards those final circles if we keep having centralized shifts.
From H2E, that sort of a bold statement is hard to anticipate. But again, it is possible.
Yeah.
It is definitely possible. Nothing taken away from that statement, as you mentioned. And with that, as we move on through to another team who are finding themselves towards the northern front, apologies, is going to be TMW. A TMW front is so very well fanned out right now, where they've got 2 man who are down to the Zarki region, wherein the other 2 are completely spread out. One towards the North Georgia, where very close to vicinity, of course, is going to be Clarity, and then the another one going down to the shooting range, where again that player is going to be very close into the vicinity of Team Star. So TMW are still undecided in terms of how and what sort of a strategy are they wanting to play, especially on the map of Erangel, as of now at least, that we can see. But hey, nothing taken away from that as well, because again, whenever I bring this sort of conversation to Fixes, he's always like, dude, you don't know what's going on in their mind. And that is so true. That is so true, because again, we've seen FS do these sort of drop locations as well, where all 4 players go so far apart against each other that if at all one of them is in trouble, there's no way the teammate is going to be able to help out. But they have a different strategy in mind. Maybe it's to be able to get the information as they try and make those rotations, or something else altogether, or whatever it is. I just hope that whatever it is that TMW is working for, it just helps end up favoring them.
I just hope they're not being too greedy right now, because I think looking at the map released, Team Star might have caught a glimpse of that solo player. So if I'm that solo player, I'm just instantly calling for backup and holding my position, because it's not too far from the circle. You know, Rozok is an empty area right now in the circle they could occupy. But looking towards that northern side, you've got Quantum Rage in Yasnaya Polyana right now. I assume the circle is going to shift away from there, so it's really the center part of the circle that you can see is starting to get heavily populated with teams like Magnus, TUF, Clarity coming in from the western side to take those early spots in the circle. And H2E, the team we were talking about earlier with respect to rotations, they seem to have made up their mind that we're going to hold on to Pachinki, predicting that that Pachinki area will play a heavy part in future circles. And now we'll have to see, will that prediction come true, or will H2E be caught out in the water?
Well, for now, we're still waiting for that first blood situation, but it's still too early because it's only 7.5 minutes in. Around about 10-minute marker, we shall maybe anticipate, or maybe a little too early, because as you so perfectly mentioned, so many of these teams have started to make those rotations to get into the center of the zone, where we do have Magnus, where we do have Quraysh. Along with that, MetershotxSKY XGeneration onto the side, H2E sticking onto the flanks, and then behind them comes TUF, and above them is going to be Clarity. This is a bloodbath that is going to be ensued in just a couple of minutes, where this is the first time ever that I'm actually looking at MetershotxSKY Ash making an early push into the zone from the south.
It's because his original location was already in the zone, you know. So I think the logic for MetershotxSKY usually has been, when Novorip Noi is not in the zone, when it's not a southern zone, basically they go very late on the rotation and they catch teams off guard. It's been a specialty of theirs almost. But in these southern zones, I can see the logic. I think they're trying to just gatekeep the bridge and then potentially try to rotate off of that on the basis of where the next circle does end up coming on out. And we're going to see that next circle come on out. Though I do have my eyes on SALTxi8, they exited the island. They're not staying at the bridge. They want to go for the center of the circle, but it's quite populated. And we might see SALTxi8 in a clash quite soon with some teams who've already taken up locations in the circle. But hold on to that thought for a second. MetershotxSKY, they had a clash with one of our titans in the last game in SALTxi8. They cut them down quite early. Now potentially set up for another with Clarity.
Well, it seems like Clarity have, of course, utilized that information, and of course, that information that I'm talking about is the experience that is going to deliver them away and take them away from this compound, and of course, this hill advantage that they were hoping to get. But of course, for the side of NorthEsports, nothing taken away from their side. They had a perfect position, but of course, it was Clarity who had the better judgment of that positioning. In doing so, we still end up with the 0 first blood situations, and as you perfectly were mentioning about SALTxi8, well, that team has been doing that. They've been leaving the military base a little early to get into the zone and try and take on a fight to take on the compound. Since the past 3 to 4 games that I've been noticing them doing that, and it's definitely favoring them, and the change in the playstyle that was required from their side is definitely being delivered. On the other front, it is going to be NorthEsports now taking on the fight exactly at the same position against the players of Team Star, but I guess I said and spoke too soon. Team Star are also not going to be interested. They're going to walk away from the position, and the first blood comes in from a completely different side.
Yeah, and the way it is too, you can see it looks like it's going to be a clash between MetershotxSKY and Quraysh, and the funny part is MetershotxSKY are going to be like, bro, one time we early rotate.
Exactly right. I was just thinking that. Ash is going to be on top of his teammates and be like, dude, come on, why do we have to? Why do we have to make an early rotation when every single time late rotation is working for us? Now, see what you've done to me.
Yeah, he's going to be like, bro, I prefer blue zone to, I mean, blue screen to black screen, you know?
Exactly right.
I don't want to be dead. I just want to gear. I'll take the zone damage, no problem.
Well, but then again, he was the reason this opening was created for the side of MetershotxSKY, as they are, of course, in the comfort of the zone, and now they also have information against their opponents. So perhaps they could set up their crosshairs. They could maybe set up how exactly are they wanting to create this sort of a push against the team, or maybe not as well against SALTxi from Quraysh Esports. As we can clearly see, that is the replay where, of course, that first blood was drawn from SALTxi from Quraysh Esports.
And now we've got such a heavy population of teams around that central area, around Pochinki, around the south part of schools, in the plains and the high grounds. We've seen clash after clash now starting to erupt, because honestly there isn't any space for so many teams to take an area of their own. And you can see right now XGeneration in a lot of trouble, because TmW, they've reached the compound first, and XGeneration, they're caught out in the open with just their vehicles and their smokes to give them cover. Now the one thing XGeneration do have working for them though is they've got higher ground than TmW, so should give them enough cover to back out if they need to, or take a fight on their own terms if they want to. It's just going to come down to a matter of how decisive they are.
Dude, TmW Khan, he is being too out in the open. What he does not realize is, if you look on the minimap, there's another team in the brown that is so very close to the vicinity of these two teams fighting. Now, TmW, they have the compound, of course, working for them in terms of the cover. For XGeneration, of course, as you perfectly mentioned, is going to be the edge or of that hill. But in all of that, it was Clarity. Well. GG play from both these teams, as they were not able to get any blood drawn against each other. But in all of that, Clarity was definitely able to get the information, but they did not, or they decided not to retaliate. Once again, taking us back to the map. This is the first time, in fact, that I'm noticing so many teams have decided to get into the zone itself, and still they are holding on. They are still holding on. That information is being retained. But Magnus, the way they have positioned themselves at that edge, this could very well help them or be their downfall. Let's see how exactly, or what team exactly is going to be pushing against that position.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting circle shift as well, slightly on that southern side. Pochinki still very much a hot spot with several teams in there, but you can see SALTxi8, they made the early move to try and get into the center part of the circle, get a compound along the highway. Right now though, towards the northern part, you still got QWERTY and 4BTFD in a clash, looking for those long range shots, but so not able to land one too many. But with the circle starting to get so congested, Blotter, with 16 teams still in the lobby, it's just a matter of one single fight sparking the rest, a domino effect almost.
MetershotxSKY's Khatir is finding himself all surrounded by the players of Quantum, where it was, of course, not looking good all by his lonesome. His teammate is going to be out in the back, who's not going to be able to give that cover, and Khatir is now in a bit of a downfall situation. Of course, he's going to try and get away, but as soon as he tries to do so, that buggy will give away the audio cue, and his teammates are around. But for how long are they going to be able to stop this onslaught from Quantum? Because serious, with that parade, with that nade parade, along with IQ and Spark, these dudes, they mean business. And for the side of MetershotxSKY, they have definitely stepped out of their comfort zone, I would say, for this fight.
Quantum Rage, though, they're having the tables turned around on them. Kian's found that early knock, and Katir is out of his dangerous position. Still not out of the fire just yet. I'd say out of the fire and actually into the frying pan right now. But could end up turning the tables around with his molly being thrown in. Sirius's position has been flushed out in MetershotxSKY. They're looking hella decisive as they move in room to room, clear everything out. Sirius with a drop shot trying to make something happen, but it does not work out. He's been knocked and eliminated, and suddenly IQ, he's stuck with just a few teammates, one of whom is just trying to get the heal battle on. Now this domino effect is what I talked about, because on the northeastern front, we've got two other teams clashing. Blotter, as the blue zone starts to close in, the teams contesting for these power points in the map.
Well, my word, dude, it is going to be the side of Metershot, who definitely taken this fight all by themselves, but it is still not yet done. It is still a 3v2 situation, and Quantum Rage, they are just holding on strong. IQ and Spark just trying to bring in, along with JD in the back. It is going to be Spark and JD who are just absolutely trying to pincer down the position and the rotation from the side of Metershot, but will it be enough? I mean, Spark, again, he's been out in this position for quite some time, and he has not given away the audio cues, but now, of course, the numbers advantage has turned away from his team, and it is going to be Metershot who have the better control. But the information is going to still favor Spark, because he's in the open, where in Metershot, they are, as soon as they try and take on a flank angle, they will be caught. JD's out in the back, given that cover fire.
A really nice smoke right there from Spark to deny that. Top floor vision allows for this nade setup from JD, and he knocks Katir with one perfectly cooked nade now. Spark, he's still holding the window, else he's not got much room to maneuver, but pulls out that Molotov and forces Spark away from his location, and JD into that frying pan himself now. In this 2v2 situation, Halsey left on his lonesome, with Katir being down right now. He's got to make the moves, but Quantum Rage instead, they're trying to make it happen. Turn the tables back around onto MetershotxSKY, but Halsey says no. Knocks and finishes Spark right here, leaving JD in an impossible situation to maneuver around.
Well, it's a 1v1 situation if JD ends up pushing or ends up using a nade or some sort of a utility right now, but it seems like he's going to be just boosting himself up. As he does that, Halsey's going to get his teammate up, and Katir, in just a matter of 5 seconds, is definitely going to be able to pop that health and will be able to then push on against JD. So a 2v1 situation is what this has resulted in, and now when JD decides to push, it is going to be the side of MetershotxSKY with the numbers advantage, just definitely putting a full stop to all of this ruckus, and it is going to be the end for Quantum Rage. In doing so, 14 teams surviving, 2 teams have been eliminated, and all of that, it is again, I mean, what a turn of events right here, where we move on into the 17-minute marker. 53 teams, oh my apologies, 53 players still alive. MetershotxSKY, as we can see in the back end of this entire fight, are also moving away from one fight, as they had that perfect control of the hill. That did not favor them, because they did take on a fight as the other fight of MetershotxSKY was taking place, where they were damaged a little bit. But again, MetershotxSKY are still not yet done, where we do have 2 players surviving, but for side of 4VTFT, they are going to be, well, again, I mean, they find themselves at the edge, yes, but I'm not entirely sure from there how exactly are they going to be able to push, because there are so many teams. I'm just looking at the map. There are so many teams that are blocking the path for 4VTFT right now.
Oh, and look at this. Like you said, Blotter, that northern side is starting to look like it might turn into a big-time massacre. Has already affected MetershotxSKY, as you said. One player finished, another knocked, and make that too. Maxi's going to find himself on the ground as well, as TUF capitalized beautifully, as they are catching MetershotxSKY off in a pincer in the middle of nowhere. They've eliminated them, and just like that, TUF pick up 3 easy elimination points, get themselves into the circle as well along with it, and therefore into a great spot to try and push forward. But really, like we were expecting, it's just one fight to another. With the way the game started in that slow-paced manner, it was meant to happen, as all of these teams, they're stuck in this congested area with really nowhere to go. They're relying on their vehicles on these small ridges for cover, but that really opens them, leaves them vulnerable to these nades being thrown. One perfect nade and suddenly a team's hopes fall lie down.
Man, look at those third-party situations as well that are being created right here. From the side of XGeneration, a perfect set of spray from Bashir, and then that nade cooked in is maybe going to be the demise right here that he was anticipating. But okay, it is a little too fall. It fell a little too short, and of course, the revival will be given right here to Team Star's player. But again, as you move on through to the minimap, look at that. The amount of teams trying to make the survival count right here. 13 teams in this small of an area. 5th zone is where we're at. This is next to impossible, but they are delivering. They are trying to hold on steady as strong as they possibly can. With that, MetershotxSKY getting eliminated thanks to Team QWERTY, and now it is down to Team TWM, and it seems like SALTxi8 will not let them see the end of this flight.
SALTxi8 trying to secure their rotations through, but they have TMW in their way and then Clarity later on too, so they've got to make this fight work out quick if they want to get in early, and they're trying to do exactly that. Reaper's been finished, Harry will meet his maker as well, and Marlega MVP with that health bar doesn't look like he is too far. TmwEsports, they will be eliminated, and SALTxi8 now able to focus on the rotation, but because we can see the entire circle, we can see the map, no, Clarity is not too far behind. But similarly towards that northern side, you can see XGeneration trying to deny the rotations of teams like Star, of teams like H2E with that solo player as well. So really, Star stuck trying to make the rotations happen, and XGeneration with a very interesting decision, Blotter, because what this does mean is that they can't make the rotations early enough, but by catching out the rotations of several teams, they're racking up several points.
That is true. That is so very true. I mean, right now they have not really been awarded that many points as the fights that they've taken, as to the amount of fights that they've taken, but XGeneration definitely did play their cards to perfection. But now, as soon as they try and get into the zone, again, keep in mind all those fights that we were looking at from their side were from the edge of the zone. As other teams were making their way into the zone, XGeneration was just holding on to take on those placement elimination points for their side, but that did not favor them. And now as they get into the zone, it is the side of TUF with some massive massacre that's been set up from the side. It is going to be the end from the looks of it. As we can see, XGeneration is down to just a one-man squad, and these nade parades from the side of TUF is going to be the end of that, but it is not before a few of those kills are going to be stolen from the side of Clarity, as well as of course the other players. But in all of this chaos, now we have 10 teams remaining, and in the south, in all of this chaos, Team QWERTY and Magnus are still holding steady and just chilling all by themselves.
And all of these fights are to try and get yourself a spot on that plateau of sorts that is such a prominent part of the circle, the high ground in that circle. Really, you want to be on top of the hill when the next circle comes about, and this is the fight I was talking about earlier, where SALTxi8, they dealt with TMW, yes, but as soon as they try to get into the circle, they have Clarity to deal with, who are displaying a supreme usage of their utility. Two players knock Clarity, though they're quite spread out, and one player might take full advantage of it. Uzum does a bit of damage, but not enough. Clarity just knocked right now. They're gonna have the time to get the revives on and hold on to their spots. Now with Clarity, their real concern has to be just to get straight into the circle, because again, that northern area with H2E span, with TUF, XGeneration, even Quraysh Esports towards the eastern side looking onto that mark, it's quite a difficult rotation for any team.
It most certainly is, and in all of that, TUF, they definitely are racking up these numbers again and again. Every single time we come back to them, they are taking on fights from one team to the next. They are in control. They have got the numbers advantage working for them, and alongside that numbers advantage that is not favoring is going to be for the side of Team Star. Look at that mini map. I mean, 22 teams in that small of an area. This is just a crazy bloodbath. But again, XGeneration's Jaydeep, the one-man army, he's still not yet done with the amount of fights. But hey, I spoke too soon, I guess, because TUF have made an entry.
Yeah, and TUF, Quraysh, and Clarity, and Magnus, of course, are the only teams right now out of our 7, I was going to say 8, with 4 players standing, but actually make that just 3, because TUF, they have Thor knocked down, as Quraysh are trying to make a move happen now. With the way the circle is situated again, TUF have that high ground, which means they're the team that is going to be under the radar, as several teams try to occupy that spot for themselves. They've lost yet another player, Thor, I believe. Once again, despite getting revived, getting knocked by that nade, Joker downed as well. Left all alone is Virus, trying to pull back this fight for his team.
Well, Quraysh, they have jumped in onto the opportunity, and this is what they were waiting for, and definitely are going to be moving in style with 10 elimination points already confirmed for the side of Quraysh as they push on along with 16 surviving, but they better be careful. Team QWERTY still has 2 players surviving in this lobby. We still do have, of course, Magnus. We still have 1 player from the side of FS, that's going to be Tyrant, and again, do not miss out, Clarity has all 4 players. Well, 420 boys down, but of course that revival will be given in just a minute.
I really think the winner of this lobby is going to be decided by how this Clarity versus Magnus fight goes. If either team gets a clean win in this fight, then I think that team wins it all. But if they end up damaging each other to a large extent, then this is Quraysh's lobby to get that winner chicken dinner. So I think Quraysh's attention will also be on this fight right now, as QWERTY are trying to get themselves a chunk of that action, but they get retaliated quite immediately, and they've lost Destroyer. He's been knocked. Now for Clarity, it's all about the slow rotation into the circle. They've got the western edge of this plateau. They're trying to make sure they don't end up getting damage from Magnus or engage in a fight with them, because then it opens the opportunity to Quraysh to third party. But oh no, look at that. Manny gets caught out in the open. Clarity, they've downed him, and with the circle taking a sudden shift, currently again, it all comes down to Clarity and Magnus. One of these teams, they need to take out the other to secure that southern edge to themselves.
Well, a perfectly set up nade, and this is going to be maybe the end for either of these sides, where we do have Magnus and Clarity bring one of their players down, and it is going to be the perfectly set up nade from the side of Clarity that is going to be given a big blow to the position of Magnus, and in doing so, 420 boy will definitely try and retaliate, but not before he himself is going to be knocked thanks to Cairo. So once again, it is going to be a 2v1 situation, if I'm not mistaken. A deal down to a sliver of an HP. He does need to bring in a perfect split, and that is it. A split is what was required from his side, and that is the time that he's going to use to get his teammates up, and same is the case for Clarity. But now the numbers advantage, once that is done, is going to be equalized.
But look at that, Zibian was not able to revive his teammate on time. 420 boy going away will get finished, and that does mean now Zibian and Roland, they've got to focus on the revive for Teen Wolf. They get it through, and they are still a 3-man squad. Now Magnus, they took quite a bit of damage themselves, but managed to hold on with just 1 player being finished. So currently in this lobby, it's only Quraysh who've got the full 4-man squad. But Quraysh is outside the circle, so they've got to be decisive with their maneuvers and try and capitalize the exact moment Clarity and Magnus re-engage each other, which looks like it might happen any second. But look at Tyrant! Oh my god!
Wow, oh come on, that is the play that was required. Perfect turnover wins. Money goes down. I was just going to ask, how is Quraysh doing this? 4 players still surviving. Just a couple of minutes ago, one of their lads had already been dropped down, and it seemed like because he was outside the zone, the revival was nowhere to be seen or could be predicted. But hey, this team of Quraysh, this team is just a perfect bunch of lads who do not leave a brother behind. And of course now, it is going to be the opening, as you were so perfectly mentioning, that maybe Quraysh were waiting for, where we do see Romeo YT onto a very amazing flank angle, very close to the position of Clarity, and right here from SALTxi and the OP. Again, I mean, this fight could actually go either ways, because Quraysh is spread out quite a lot.
Yeah, and I think the next circle shift might just decide the winner. If it goes northern and favors Clarity, it's going to be a big shift. It instead goes western, favors Magnus to a certain extent, but they're in the low ground. So Clarity now with the option just to keep slithering around the ground and catch Magnus out. But Quraysh here, they're the ones which have plenty of opportunity with Romeo on that flank. If he can catch Clarity trying to get into the circle or engage in a fight with Magnus, it's going to decide who the winner is. And it comes back to that situation I was talking about. Clarity and Magnus, they're the ones likely to engage each other in a fight nice and early. If one team finishes off the other real quick, they have a chance to take down Quraysh immediately and keep them out of the zone, take that blue zone damage. But if they don't end up fighting, if they continue in this stalemate the way it is right now, it will be Clarity who finds the win, especially with Romeo's flank being shut down.
Well, this is the opening that, of course, Clarity were waiting for. On the other front, I just noticed for the side of Magnus, they actually do have cover. They were so wonderful in terms of the way that they were able to position themselves with the vehicles in the zone itself, right? So that sort of a cover, even though they're down below, of course, the information will be given to Clarity first because they're on top of the hill. It does not matter. The cover is going to be favoring Magnus, and the utilities have already been utilized. So now it is all down to the battle of the wits, and who will be the one who will try and sneak in to take those kills. Again, Quraysh Esports, they've gone really quiet, but I guess It's all thanks to clarity and the clear approach that Zibian brought in terms of those two eliminations and make that 3-team. Wolf takes the third one. It is down. Quraysh Esports 12 elimination points, but that team is finished. Clarity Esports with 13 elimination points against the players of Magnus. Now a 3v3 situation. Who shall get the better half?
And potentially a 31-point chicken dinner right here for Clarity if they're able to finish this off in good style. We were talking about how we wanted Clarity to step up, how we were expecting them to be in the battle for the top stage. Well, a chicken dinner, that would go a long way towards making that happen, but it's still not yet done. Zibian with the aggressive moves, he knocks down the deal. Hope to get spotted out through the bush, and Cairo will most likely get finished. This is looking like winner chicken dinner for Clarity Esports. What a brilliant performance, so calculated and precise.
Absolutely. But again, you know, as soon as Zibian got onto that rock, there were two moments where I almost thought, come on, Magnus, you can do this. You know exactly where he is. But dude, Zibian, he was so on point. I mean, he was so calculated, yes, but also he was so aware. He was taken on a fight in front, and he could hear the shots coming on to him through the bush itself, and completely changed his position and got that second player. That wow. I mean, that is what experience is basically, and that is clearly being showcased right here from the team of Clarity in the name of Zibian and his teammates, of course.
Absolutely. I think really that experience factor also showing in the fact that they really delayed that stall as much as they could. You know, they forced Quraysh into a spot where they had to continuously, look for information, get desperate, or really get sweaty in their positions, and they picked out each player of Quraysh one by one. Then they focus their efforts onto Magnus. So that structured approach, brilliantly done by Clarity, because if they engage in a fight with Magnus, Quraysh would take over. If they engage in a fight with Quraysh, Magnus would take over, but they managed to isolate both of those teams and take them apart one by one.
That was so very crucial for that fight to go in Clarity's favor. On the other front, again, I mean, for the favor of Quraysh, what I would say is that this is the game that they needed, right? I mean, this is the kind of comeback story that they were waiting for, and they absolutely capitalized on the opportunity. So definitely a game very well played from the side of Quraysh Esports. It's just the consistency is required from their side, and if they're able to bring that sort of a consistent play, then that would be absolutely miraculous to see comeback stories not only from their side but from two teams, I mean, North Esports as well as Quraysh. But anyways, enough said. It is time to go on a short little break. Continue we shall with this conversation after the short break. Stick around.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, finally, Clarity seem to have found their sweet spot, right? Getting that chicken dinner, see, and well, they've had to fight rocks and mountains to try and get the job done. And well, I think this has been certainly a really good outing for Clarity. The way they have been playing every single game, and it comes down to the third one where they finally found the success, the $500. So, how do you feel about that?
We were just talking actually before this game about how we want to see Clarity try and step up, because we were expecting this to be a team that in the Super Weekends was challenging teams like SALTxi8, now teams like H2E for those top marks, right? And I think with this big chicken dinner coming in, I believe over 30 points from this solo chicken dinner, they're going to be propelling themselves onto that top 5 spot. So really this chicken dinner is going to be a platform for them to now start contesting in that top mark, and I'm glad to see them be able to step up in that regard, because they were somewhat subdued even in the league stage we saw in week 2. But sheesh, man, look at this. Out of the top 5 players, 4 players from Clarity, all 4 of them making it in. That's what I call a dominating performance.
Yeah, the whole pack present over here, they've made it. And Zibian, I think, has to be the star of it all, right? Of course, we've got to give some comments to how Money really played very aggressive in his approach. And especially Quraysh, they also had their fair share of limelight. Few little mistakes being made over there, but we're going to talk about that. But Zibian, towards the end, he was absolutely phenomenal and deadly at the same time. But if we have to make a statistical comparison of Clarity and Magnus, I think Clarity are way ahead in terms of how they played this one around, right? They were right at the face of their opponents. They were taking on a lot of fights, eliminating the bigger grades, and taking down. I think they also did take down SALTxi8, 2 of the players, if I am not wrong. But if you have to talk about that particular last fight against Team Magnus, right? Magnus could have done better with some more of those topographical spreads here. What do you think?
Yeah. Agreed, Fix. I feel like Magnus was almost scared, because of the fact that they knew they had Quraysh on one side and Clarity on top. They could have been a little more decisive or gone for an approach like Quraysh, where it was a little bit of a gamble from Quraysh. It didn't work out, but I appreciated the idea of trying to set up a flank, to try and surprise Clarity and get them caught off guard. But Magnus not doing either. They just held their position for too long, and I feel like that played into the hands of Clarity.
Yeah, and they just capitalized on that. And moreover, this had such an amazing ridge to play around, right? That little bit of a downhill. If had they got even one of the players towards the right hand side, waited out, things could have been completely different. But as we take a look at the match rankings, quite dominating performances coming in from 2 teams specifically, and they're right at the top. 2, right? Clarity Esports and Quraysh Esports. The first time inside the Super Weekend, and I think I must say they've had a decent start, if not the best, if not like a team like North Esports, who've had to finally take a fall in this game, finally not getting that top 3 position that they've been holding on to. Maybe anything could possibly happen. But for TMW, I really feel that they still have a long way to go. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. They were caught in by SALTxi8 in this particular game. Haven't really been able to capitalize as much as the fellow teams who did make it in this Super Weekend. So we'll have to see if they are able to step up in the later parts of the Super Weekend. Maybe in our upcoming match of Sanhok, because it does tend to be the map of underdogs. But right now, looking at the Oppo F21 Pro moments of our Erangel matchup right here, we've got, like you were talking about as well, Money being damn aggressive and pulling it off with quite a bit of flair.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, especially those pushes, he was looking really confident, and I love the FPP switches from his side, and this is the fight that we were talking about, right? SALTxi8 was so consistent, they were kind of trying to hold on to the edges, and then they were relying upon that shift, and while they were doing so, they got completely caught off guard. But this is Money's rise to glory, right? The way he just absolutely annihilated the players of TUF, and the confidence that he displayed over there. But Clarity, they were so very good in those final end moments, right? Because it did come down to a Mexican standoff, and they had to hold on to both their grounds. That now they knew that Team Magnus was exactly stationed on towards those lower ridges, and all they had to do was find out Quraysh. And once they did that, but this little bit of a surprise over here that Quraysh were not really hoping for, did add some salt to their injuries.
Yeah, 100%. I think they were like, bro, how did he not die under the car? Because the car literally just skipped him as it went over the other. So Tyrant, kudos to him, I guess, for holding on. I mean, he's going to be a little upset, I guess, also about the fact that they ended up in his exact position. Could have played a bigger role, but quite a humorous moment overall, I'd say. Like you said, Fix is really Clarity playing this final Mexican standoff to perfection, picking out each member of Quraysh one by one. They shut down Romeo on the flank early, they found Adi, and then once they'd be done with Quraysh Esports, they moved together as a unit on Magnus. It looked like Magnus never stood a chance.
Oh yeah, they definitely did it, because the only way I could have seen Magnus coming out through was, like I said, form a flank, have two players, have a few grenades to work out, but neither of them was present over there. As we take a look at the damage graph, CA Clarity right at the tippity top, 3046 points of damage. Now that has to be insane.
Oh, absolutely, and it really is going to become that heavy performance they built up, which will become a huge boost for them. Because if you remember back to Super Weekend 1, we saw a similar performance from Quantum Rage, actually, on day 1, who are now languishing towards the end. But that one, like, huge win, a huge chicken dinner, saw them, like, move forward with such momentum, which had them hold on to the #1 slot for over 2 days. Now, yes, Clarity, they won't get into that #1 slot right away because of this, but they will get into contention for it as long as they keep continuing with this set of performances. And that's why we'll have to see, can they do it once again? But I think, Fixes, one thing that we do get to know is that a hat-trick is just not fated to happen. H2E getting eliminated quite early in this round, showing us that the hat-trick of chicken dinners it's an extremely difficult feat to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, till the second you get it, you're like, okay, alright, we've done it. Right? But when you head into the third game, that is when it all gets dicey, right? That is when you start feeling the pressure. I need to get a chicken dinner. And then you sort of tend to make decisions that you would on, the other occasions, or when you're playing a normal game, you would not. But those little factors do come in, that little pressure adding up, as SALTxi8 have finally taken the lead back again, as H2E take a little bit of a dip over there. But that's something that they can live with, because I'm really more worried about Quantum Rage. 3 early games, which were absolutely terrible, because now look at the distance. The gap has been closing out. One more good game by Clarity, and if Quantum Rage keep on performing like this, I think we are looking at them losing their third spot.
Oh, most certainly, Fixes, and it's a performance slate that has continued on from our league stage, right? Where we saw Quantum Rage barely making it even to the Super Weekend. They had to really push forward, and it ended up coming down to very thin numbers to make it happen. So I think that slate of bad form has continued on for quite so long, and we'll have to see if they have the capability to mentally reset and make sure it doesn't continue on forward. Now, Quraysh, with that lofty performance, getting themselves into that 18th spot with 28 points. They still have a lot of work to do, yes, but for teams like, of course, our bottom 4 teams, the new teams coming into the Super Weekend, I think the day 1 goal really has to be at the max getting over a team like Regicide, maybe over FMX R3D, but really to separate themselves from the teams that haven't made it to the Super Weekend.
Just barring TmwEsports, I honestly have to say this out loud, because the start for the remainder 3 have been amazing, because that is what you can expect. Now, we've just played, 3 games, and they've collected 20 points, 21, a few on 38 also. Imagine they still have 12 more games to go. So, if they sort of keep on with this particular pace, then I'm kind of looking at them sort of meeting where FMR3D left off, where teams like, let's say, the Grounders left up, because this is something good, right? Now this sort of increases the competition by very far means, and the third Super Weekend is going to be filled with all that masala. Now then, that is the moment when we're going to witness few teams, battling it out, few of the drop collisions being done, a lot of things to talk about. But now we have to bring over the 4th map that we have for you guys over here. It's the map of Sanhok, where of course we do know what really happens on the first occasion. There you see, it's Sanhok that we're talking about, and whenever Sanhok comes into our minds and hearts, there's just that one thing that goes on: MetershotxSKY and 52x Rage. What's gonna happen?
Yeah, exactly. That drop contestation towards Paradise Resort. We did see actually 52x Rage decide to change it up a little in the final league stage day, but I don't think that worked out for them at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're just like, yeah, you know what? It's the sacrifice of one player to win the entire fight if we go to Paradise Resort.
I mean, if they do that, then it's good for them. But for North Esports, I mean, they've been making quite some interesting strides over here. Clearly, Sanhok has been by far the best map. And again, another team star, I think, is one to look out for. Now, Quraysh also has been making some really, good movement. So it's going to be a really interesting one because a Sanhok where just these 16 teams are going to be battling it out, it's going to be so much more fun.
Yeah, and I really think at this point we're going to have to see which teams are able to make their mark in Sanhok, because if you look back to week number 1 where Sanhok was a bit of an unknown quantity, where when we saw teams coming in, it was a question mark as to what they're going to do. Now we have an idea, and of course the teams have an idea of what they can expect from each other. So the adaptations, the preparation the team has put in is really going to become a big factor of which team does end up getting that success. And there's another thing I want to see. Will the botations continue fixes? That is the question.
I think they definitely need to stop, especially I think considering Quantum Rage. I think the fall began with that one mutation, right? Now when they grow up, get married, and have children of their own, raise a family, the father sits down, children, here's a story that I have to share. We were doing all good, and we were about to maybe possibly win the PMPL, the entire thing, then go on to win the GC or whatever comes. But then that one fine evening, we decided to set sail, and that's where the fall happened. And it all began, I think, with SALTxi8 on the first day. They took them down. The second day, it was Freestyle who were right behind them, who chased them after and took them down. So, of course, it's going to be very important, especially in the map of Sanhok, as to where the circle really heads. Because for Quantum Rage and for teams like Freestyle, the circle hasn't really been the most friendliest one, hasn't really been that merciful as you would expect. As a few players, they're getting readied up for the game. Few players, just checking themselves out on the mirrors if their head do's are looking good and are okay. Few raging around like the one on the top right corner. So it's going to be an interesting match. Everyone all set and prepared. Let's head in to the rainforest and find out who gets the chicken dinner.
I actually just got a sneak peek at what that flight path is. A spicy one. To boot fixes, we've got that north to south flight path, but edging towards the eastern side. So I wonder if we see a southwestern circle, maybe towards the Pioneer, or even really the mountains around that Tambag area, because that would be something we haven't seen in the PMPL Sanhok games that we have got to witness yet. But I think what is, again, the most important thing at the start, at least for us to witness, is if I'm not even going to say the if. I think they're both going there. So Paradise Resort it is. Let's head on over there real quick.
Oh, it is. I mean, well, it's kind of like customary, right, for these two teams to fight it off against each other. But I'm going to look for a few more action. And SALTxi8, well, amidst some unfriendly neighbors, he's all by his lonesome, and this is the perfect opportunity that 52x Rage can utilize in getting that knock secured for them, as SALTxi8 just stuck between a rock and a hard place, gets knocked and finished off as MetershotxSKY. Now this is a little bit of a change in a storyline in the script that we have been witnessing for quite so long, right? It has always been the other way around, and 52x Rage have always turned the tables around later on. But today 52x Rage do have that first good start. So this is the point where, SALTxi8 might be pretty much not happy, I must say, considering his teammates were not away from the pack, or maybe it could just be his fault that he landed along with 52 Rage, and it's commends and rather kudos to 52 Rage that they were the ones who spotted him out first.
Yeah, and look at this, they forced MetershotxSKY out of Paradise Resort. MetershotxSKY with their tails between their legs going for the early rotations. But look at this, 4v TFD, they catch Magnus. These teams contesting towards Camp Alpha, I believe, right now. And Magnus caught in a situation where they usually don't find themselves in. Cairo trying to just escape in open ground, coming with the dance moves despite being knocked. He's found himself covered behind the tree, but for how long? Surely he's going to be finished.
Yeah, there you go. And you know, this time, this is what I was talking about even before the start of the game, right? Circle has an important role to play. Now, taking a look at how the circle has panned out, it's gone directly towards the eastern side. Now, this is some areas where SALTxi8 are spread out at, as Honk, very close to MSky, who've made a very early exit route from Paradise Resort. I do not know if they have the best of utilities, but Honk surely needs to reconsider him trying to take those grens at the players of MetershotxSKY. He even fired a few shots, kind of giving away his position, and that's not a good news for them because the entire squad is now charging upon, bouncing at his direction, and he's gonna look helpless as Kian gets to be the one who knocks himself out, as Honk will now be finished off in any moment.
I feel like Hunk misread his own name and thought he was Hulk for a second, because maybe Hulk could have handled that 1v3 fight. Clearly not for a normal human being. Hunk gets knocked out. But hold on, as we shift our attention towards the edge of the circle right now. XGeneration and TMW, both teams towards the bottom of the rankings, contesting with each other. And again, TMW finding themselves in a situation that has seemed to be the case throughout this day one. Several players knocked in some hot water, but the backup comes in. They trade off Thug right here. Still, XGeneration have got the numbers advantage fixes. They just got to group up and shut them TMW down.
Oh yeah, I mean TMW again, not the kind of a position that they would want to find themselves in again. Pins it down as XGeneration. They're not really doing good either. But still, I mean, the moment the reses are back on, things might change. But JD, he did close in quite a lot, but then realized the nade would not have made it that far, as it goes down towards Reaper X, as Khan making sure he puts himself away from harm's way for just a moment, as JD just displaying his position, as he will not have any trouble, any issue in wiping Khan down, and that with that TMW again take a really early exit.
And now look at this JD, he's got 4 eliminations by himself on board. Grenadier JD indeed. He's managed to revive his solo fallen teammate in Thug. And just like that, XGeneration off to a brilliant start in this 4th match for us. But looking back at the circle fixes, like you were talking about, really my attention goes again towards SALTxi8, towards teams like Quraysh, who are around that quarry area towards the middle of the circle. And I wonder if the circle decides to just, not of course in the next shift, but towards the later half, take a radical shift back towards the western side instead of continuing on the eastern manner. But right now, looking at a couple of replays as we spot out the early exchanges that did end up happening. We saw Magnus lose a player, TMW, the entire squad getting eliminated. MetershotxSKY as well losing a player. So clearly this Sanhok very different from what we saw in our last Erangel, where teams are at each other's throats from the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, this is it all has started with 52 Rage, right? Just driving MetershotxSKY out, and then they went after Star. We could see XGeneration going after TMW, and this is what I was sort of speculating also, because again, the last Super Weekend we had 4 different variables, we had 4 different teams, and this time it is 4 different. So the rotations are gonna change, the timings are gonna change. The what you did last time might not just work out this time. And now XGeneration, I think. Again, they've sort of been the silent warriors, I must say, because in the manner that today's day has been more about MetershotxSKY being very consistent, and then Quraysh just going off with those big finishing points in just the previous game. But we can't really rule out XGeneration, who have been finding themselves in some good spots, right, in every particular game. Now, them securing this 4 points over here is definitely gonna bolster up their confidence. But you know, taking a look at how the zone has been panning out, again, I have said it numerous times that should not enter the bottom areas of quarry, because once you do that, you're not gonna get out of that place alive. But Quraysh has done a really good job with that on the eastern side. Well, SALTxi8, I think this is such a good decision, because they are sort of sure about their backlines being clear. So they're gonna wait for that radical shift here that you were talking about. And once that happens, I think we might get to see them moving in. But good news, I must say, for at least the players of freestyle, that they do not have to take the boats.
Yeah. And really, in that regard, Quantum Rage as well, who should just take the simple bridge onto the mainland, or maybe they even stick onto our a secondary island, right, the way they are right now. But I think, again, our attention will end up going on teams that make the rotation happen once the circle shifts, because while we had our early thrill really with the fights erupting out, we're not really going to see much else till the circle takes shape. Actually, looking at the circle fixes, I see we've got a new, really a new victim of the rotation. Magnus Esports making that rotation happen. I wonder how that's going to work out.
I mean, here we go again. I think I start doubting if they could even make it inside the circle, because considering the fact that the players of H2E are stationed at Bantai, that is where that is where these two teams might meet up against each other. But we also do know another principle of Sanhok. You've got to maintain that center, right? So all the teams are just trying to close in. But I really like this sort of formation from Quraysh. I mean, a 2-2 split, ideally, I would want teams to be together. But if they can catch even a single soul out of Team QWERTY and finish them off, then that would be such a huge danger for Team QWERTY.
This, we've got QWERTY in a very dicey situation almost, fixes, because they're in this compound, sure, but they've got teams surrounding them on every single manner, and I really like the way Quraysh position themselves, because they've got that 2-2 split going, which means while they are separated, they have multiple compounds in their control, and they can engage in a fight on multiple fronts without the team in front of them really knowing that they are in that 2-2 split. So Quraysh right now really like this approach. We'll have to see if it works out though, because of course it has its pros and cons. It does mean that you could be susceptible to a quick slam in and getting caught out without the backup available. Now the rotation coming through, Magnus making the moves happen, and we'll have to see if in this Bantai area H2E do cast them out, but it doesn't look to be the case because H2E is leaving just as Magnus arrives. A little lucky there for Magnus Esports.
Very quick to react. You know, the moment they saw the vehicle, the only call was Mayday, Mayday, just before even the strike arrived, and they've taken it to waters. Now, let's play a game, CA. Do you think they can make it to the shores alive? Considering the damage they're taking.
It's the first circle, so I think at least a few of them will, but yeah, with the way this circle is shifted, I don't think it's going to last for long.
As XGeneration, they're starting to capitalize on this little momentum that they have built up. Surely they did lose out on the dock, but it is something that they can live with, right? Just losing out one player, instead getting 4, and this sort of makes it 5. So Star, one of those promising teams in Sanhok, certainly isn't looking really shiny, rather a little dull today.
Yeah, looking quite dull right now. But hey, I think clearly a team, again, that has been somewhat middle of the pack, I'd say, are able to consistently get good performances once in a while. It's either like a really good performance or they just dip out, but ooh. Not that anyone's going to take it, but I see an MG3. I like MG3.
Oh, I love MG3. I mean, its entire edition has finally given me a new airdrop gun to love after the Mark 14. And you've got to appreciate the one who built MG3. I mean, once you're at 990 RPM with that gun, it absolutely just shreds teams. Like with just one spray, you're gonna take down the whole freaking squads here. And that's the best part about that weapon. And even that, if you want to take a few duels on the mid to longer range, you just have to toggle it, right? Get it back to 660 RPM, and then also the gun is so stable, and the sound purely, it's so amazing. And one of those players, I must say, 420 OP boy, right? Now you could really see him making his mark. He's been one of the players to look out for, has made it all the way to the elimination leaderboard, and his journey, his rise to fame started with that MG3 play that he was really renowned for. as Esports make a really narrow escape there, almost from the clutches of XGeneration.
Oh, and look at this. Esports right now, while they have gotten away, they're not in the greatest of situations with respect to where they are in the circle, because with the way the teams are concentrated, it does certainly feel like the circle is again going to take either a centralized shift or a southern shift altogether. But I wonder if Esports decide to actually play the gamble and stay near that Camp Bravo area. Now, if you look towards the center of the circle, we've got several teams congested in one tiny area, and that means we're going to get fights. TUF, but then knocked down. They've got that numbers advantage on 52x Rage, and Daku, he's got isolated. Virus plays that beautifully, and he will finish them off. And TUF starting to really punch down on 52x Rage. But again, this is where that congestion comes into play, Fixes, because you create a little bit of noise, and you've alerted the entire area around you, every single team ready for the third party.
Yeah, I mean, look at Money. The way he's just, kind of disengaged from that situation, and then pointing out his crosshair in the right direction shows how well prepared Quraysh really are. And now look at Starboy. Just barely surviving. Had this been prior to the patch where the grenades were nerfed, 4VTFT could have been in a little bit of a pickle. But I must say, XGeneration, they are putting up quite a stronghold, right? They're causing so much nuisance for so many teams around, not giving them that exact good room to, sort of breathe. Now, this is something that you would expect from XGeneration, especially, coming into the PMPL. You would not want to rule them out as the underdogs or, look down at them, right? That is the last thing that they would want to happen, right? XGeneration stepping it up, putting the pedal to the metal, going all out. This is the XGeneration I think the entirety of Pakistan and the world needs to witness.
Yeah, exactly. And really, I think what makes me happy is we've got teams like this that had somewhat of a mediocre Super Weekend 1, now really starting to put the pedal to the metal in Super Weekend 2, because it helps us as neutral observers on two notes, because it really separates the teams that have delivered another level of consistency, teams like H2E for example, and it really shows us where the potential lies towards that middle of the pack or end of the pack area, which is going to become extremely volatile coming into Super Weekend 3. But hold on, right now, the head spotted out, he doesn't take the shot, JD.
Oh, I mean, a little bit of a thought over there, but now this is where it's gonna come down and bite them if he cannot get this knock, and he does, gets the trade, but XGeneration still one-man short. Now 4VTFT, they've lost two of their players, and we've got to see Bashir making sure he gets to Thug as quick as possible. As JD, he's got to stop. He's got to stop this little rotation coming in from 4VTFT. I think JD had a little bit of a chance where he could have caught Dani off guard, and that is where the tables could have turned. But XGeneration do not seem like they want to back out, because of course once the zone starts shrinking in, it is going to be the boys from 4VTFT who have to get in before XGeneration.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where I think XGeneration will find themselves in a slightly better spot, because even when you look at the circle, the area that they will try to get in, the northern edge, it's unoccupied right now, so they should be able to get in, but it's unoccupied because it's completely open. But talking about open, Magnus got right there, and this team we were talking about, the consistency of H2E once again coming into play, although quite close in that regard. Dread almost goes down, but hey, almost is good enough as long as you've hurt the other team, and hurt they have Magnus. But on the other side, we've got Freestyle and Clarity clashing towards the exact opposite side of the circle as well. Fixes, and it feels like that domino effect has commenced, where one fight is leading into many another.
Oh, that has to happen, because so far we did see a lot of teams engaging against each other, but it was just that one squad that had been eliminated. Right now, once the circle starts to sort of close in, that is where we're going to see majority of the teams trying to fight it out. And we know with the Pakistani region, the boys do not like to go for heal battles. They like to take fights up close and personal. So that is something that we're gonna have to witness it this time, as well as Malik really finds a beautiful knock on TmwEsports. Instantly just drops from the guard tower just to get right back on it. As Freestyle, I think they are men on mission, looking to sort of redeem themselves back because Freestyle, again, the storyline that goes along with them, the leaders, one of the touted to be, one of the contenders for the PMPL trophy. Now, not so good. So, of course, it could change any single moment as Rollin, I think he's been drawing a lot of attention these days, right? If we talk about Team Clarity CA, of course, it's 420 OP that comes out, but it's also Rollin who's been making some amazing plays.
Look at this, NorthEsports and XGeneration engaged in the meanwhile. But really fixes, like you said, I think Rollin has been a player to keep our eye on, and I'm sure we're going to see him in action, especially with the way the circle has shifted towards the northern side, somewhat centralized, but smack bang in the middle of where all of these teams were, leaving teams like Clarity, leaving teams like Freestyle really caught in the water. And in that regard, even Magnus and H2E, because all of those teams, while they're engaged in fights with each other, with this circle damage starting to ramp up circle by circle, they're not going to have plenty of room to make those rotations happen, and that's where their conviction will come into play. Can they quickly abandon the fights and focus on the rotations? Because even that, it's not a clean journey. The minute you start trying to get into those areas, the teams we've got in compounds like SALTxi8 and Quraysh, SALTxi8 and Quantum Rage, even TUF for that matter, they will start trying to punish them.
Oh, but look at this. Yeah, H2A have already closed in, but Spark being a little bit faster than that gets that grenade knock on towards Assad. But look at IQ's a little bit of a flank position that he has to hold on to as Hakar. He's going to make sure he's going to get his teammate back alive. As Pan, he's going to be the one trying to provide that cover fire from behind, ensuring the players of Quantum Rage stay where they are, not move a muscle from that compound. As now Sirius is going to be cooking yet another grenade. Well, did lob it in the right direction though, but the pace was just too much. As Span, he's going to throw one more in, just doing a little bit of a chip damage. Now this one was a little bit more deadly as Assad finds yet another mark with Sirius being taken down. Just gets in, gets the finish as Spark hides himself in the mannequin room.
And amongst all of this, Magnus, they were trying to make a quick rotation, shut down by SALTxi8, and surely SALTxi8 will set their eyes on this fight instead now. Trying to third party between Quantum Rage and H2E, which is why you can see H2E moving in aggressively. Now Spark, he takes down one before his down. They dealt a decent all for Quantum Rage, but you know what? They played that admirably. They dealt a decent chunk of damage to H2E, who've lost 2 players.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've got to give it to them nonetheless, right? But it all comes down to JD. IQ did whatever he possibly could. But MetershotxSKY, in fact, Khatir, not really at the best of position, has the entire horde of NorthEsports right in front of him. But he's going to play to his stealth over here as the final player of Star, that is God Fury, needs to make that run, because NorthEsports are wreaking havoc over there. But regardless, the next circle, once it shifts, I think NorthEsports will also have to make their own movement. But considering the fact that MetershotxSKY are right beside them, this mean if he makes one wrong move, he's going to lose out here on his life.
NorthEsports trying to play this in a precise manner. Nade coming in from MetershotxSKY, but it's actually Avenger OP Nade, which shuts down Ash, and that's going to trigger the call to push in all the way through. The Slamming comes in, and MetershotxSKY, they're caught off guard. Khatir, he's got nowhere to go. He's trying to scramble room to room, but he instantly gets eliminated. NorthEsports, precise as hell, taking out MetershotxSKY, but they're not out of trouble just yet, Fixes. There's a few more teams in their surroundings.
Oh, a lot more, to be honest, because way Clarity Esports, they kind of were left out, right? The ideal approach would have been, let Freestyle get inside the circle, get a little bit deeper, take some damage from the zone, and then move in. And because Freestyle, of course, would have been a situation where they would have been engaging, but now Quraysh suddenly out of nowhere chimes in, and Freestyle, they are getting sandwiched. Now this is going to be interesting as to how Malik can hold himself off in this dire situation.
Yeah, exactly. And now Clarity, they've got to play it very, very safe, and like you said, Freestyle as well. Stuck towards that western edge between Clarity and Quraysh almost, with SALTxi8, the solo team, occupying a compound in the circle. As teams try to push in SALTxi8, they will punish them again and again and again. So we've really got to see a team being super aggressive and slamming into SALTxi8 to create opportunity for the rest almost, but it doesn't look like it will happen. The kill feed just keeps on ticking through as we got fight after fight. Freestyle now engaged in with clarity, but not for long as Quraysh come in from the sidelines and shut them down, and just like that, it seems like Quraysh will end up the benefactor of that fight between Freestyle and Clarity.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it is Sanhok, right? Rightfully that we anticipate. Quraysh seem to have, come out a little strong over here as Wasi, he's on his knees, he's bleeding, and it all comes down to Malik. He's of course lobbed a grenade at Quraysh's distance, but the numbers are definitely gonna mean a lot as the grenade did not make the right spot. But Malik still trying to, make a stand up over here, but could not do much as Quraysh successfully eliminate Freestyle.
Now look at this again, the circle shift keeping a part of SALTxi8's compound in favor, which means all these other teams are in severe trouble because SALTxi8, they've got the pick of the crop with respect to the area in this final circle, at least the 6th circle. Every other team stuck towards the edge fixes, and you see Gravity still in the blue zone. I wonder if he's just going to elect to stay on for heal battle.
I think at this point, I would like for him to go for a heal battle, right?
Yeah.
Because honestly, whatever you may say it, as long as you're earning points, as long as you're getting on top, I would not say you not to do that. But it pretty much seems like he's running out of first aids. He's not going to survive for long. So clearly shows that QWERTY were not prepared for the healing battle to start off with, right? They're just playing around with what they have right now. But this clearly should be SALTxi8's game if they do not make any mistakes whatsoever, because they've already lost an Uzun. So of course they would want to get the chicken dinner with 3 of their players alive. And it all comes down to how the circle shifts next, right? Zameen does have three first aids to work around with, but not much, because all I think SALTxi8 have to do is deal with every single person getting inside the circle.
Yeah, and they're doing exactly that. Quraysh, another player down right here as Sardarji finds himself on the ground, will get finished, and now Adi OP left in the circle. That means Gravity, Zameen, and now potentially even Adi OP are playing that heal battle. Well, on the other hand, Momtu, the sole player who was in the circle besides SALTxi8, he gets eliminated. And look at this, I didn't even notice that Assad coming in from the south is still in the circle. He will get finished, and SALTxi8, they're just like, oh wait, people are getting eliminated. What? We are not eliminating them. Give us our elimination points, man.
And now SALTxi8, I think the biggest fears have come true, right? Now the teams have started resorting to the healing battles as... finally, Gravity is going to lose out on his life, and, very well-earned chicken dinner, I can say, for SALTxi8. I mean, has to be one of the coldest chicken dinners that they've earned, because they've not had to do a lot, right, in this game. Dropped off at Lakabi, just had to make a few moves onto their western side, that's it. Stuck onto compound, defended it, let the others just fight it out, and once it was all done and dusted, they just went out. Whoever was trying to come outside of the circle took them down, earned themselves the chicken dinner, got that first position still intact for them, and also an added extra $500 to be on the cherry.
Yeah, SALTxi8 really stepping up. I think we called it towards the start itself with the circle fixes, where we were talking about how with the way SALTxi8 like to drop in Sanhok, this might really favor them. From the final last 3-4 circles itself, they took that compound control. They refused to stray out of that compound, even when we saw the fight between H2E and another team erupt in Quantum Rage, and they just held on to that compound for all that time, and their discipline really paying off. Though I think they will be a little unhappy that all of those final kills went to the Blazer and not to them, missing out on those 3-4 points right there.
Yeah, I think they should be right now, because this sort of awakens your biggest fear. Right now, teams have started slowly but surely kind of made that switch towards going towards that healing meta, right, which is abused everywhere globally except Pakistan. And now the virus has spread. I'm gonna witness 20-30 first aids from tomorrow onwards, and I'm not gonna be surprised if we get to see that. Now that sort of kind of breaks my heart, considering that kind of completely takes the magic away from Sanhok, which we were witnessing earlier on. And we're gonna have more talks about it, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance.
To reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
It's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your hot flame.
All right, see, I mean, just before we talk about the games and everything, the Oppo F21 Pro, man, I have to say this out loud and clear. That is one really well-built phone, especially those thin corners. Look so sexy,
Yeah.
and especially that little thing that they've done with the camera. I mean, I think if the Oppo boys are not going to be sending me a freebie, if you're hearing that, please do. Then I
That's all.
have to go to the market myself and purchase this one because, gotta say, it's worth it.
Yeah, most definitely. Right? I think I will look out for one myself. And really, like you said, I think a sleek build looks pretty damn nice. But talking about looking damn nice, again, a player of XGeneration picking up that MVP slot. Like you mentioned as well, we've seen this team be the silent killers somewhat slowly rising up the charts and really starting to establish themselves. The question is, will we see them continue? Because we've got the resurgence of one of our titans here with a chicken dinner in SALTxi8. We saw this in Super Weekend 1. As soon as they got that one chicken dinner, it was just pedal to the metal and they quickly started dominating match to match, lobby to lobby.
And yeah, of course, we'll talk about SALTxi8, but I think JD deserves his fair share of limelight in this one, and especially not just him, but XGeneration in what they were trying to do. So it all sort of began with catching a few players off guard, took them down, and from there onwards, they've never looked behind, right? Especially with how they've positioned themselves, they were not lot hasty. They were being very stable, very calm. Especially JD, always being on the back lines over the top of the roof of the buildings that he was holding on to, and ensuring to provide the quintessential cover fire for his teammates. But we head along onto another statistical comparison between SALTxi8 and Team QWERTY, where SALTxi8, I mean, clearly did not have to do much, which is quite visible from the damage received, right? Barely got themselves in the midst of the war, where QWERTY had to fight it all aloud, and well, it was just gravity who survived till the very end and did resort to a little bit of a healing battle. But that was as far as he could get. That was all that he could do. Secured his team those essential position points. I think the boys from QWERTY would also be really happy today.
Oh, most definitely. I think for QWERTY it has been a little hard day, I would say, with respect to the other matches. So really getting into that second spot, Gravity doing really well. And the fights they took early on, adding themselves with the eliminations as well coming through. So really a balanced game all throughout. But again, a team that catches my eye fixes is MetershotxSKY. Zameen did well to get themselves into that fourth spot, so 8 placement points picked up, and with the early fights they took, 9 eliminations adding up to really total into what is looking to be a fantabulous start for MetershotxSKY to this Super Weekend. I think they will have reached the 50 point mark by now. With one more match to go, should easily be able to push for that 70 mark, and for them that is already beating a few teams that did not make it to this Super Weekend. So within just one day, getting past those objectives, that's got to be a big boost of confidence for them.
Oh, 100%. You know, not just MetershotxSKY Esports. I must also, bring out Quraysh Esports
Yep.
in this regard. Also, XGeneration. It's just TmW that have been looking a little awry. I mean, not really looked themselves, but maybe tomorrow could be the beginning of something new because we still do have one more game to go. I mean, if they can get a chicken dinner in this one, but I think the biggest problem with TmW had been issues with confidence, right? The way they've been playing, and you could clearly see that they're all over the place, and that is something they have to really work out on. Like look at this one. Like, what was Harry even thinking, trying to go so long at that? And it was inevitable, right? It was bound to happen. But again, TmW almost had it really close. But that's the thing about XGeneration today. JD stepping it up big time, right? I think this was one of those fight. I must talk about XGeneration. We did get to see majority of them. The only big fight that I could say would be that little bit of a trifecta between Freestyle, Clarity, and Quraysh, out of which Quraysh came out on top.
Oh, and yeah, really. And I think that big fight, it did end up showing us what we are starting to see with respect to teams as compared to Super Weekend 1 are much more cautious in their approach. It's really one or two of those major fights that do end up defining the lobby altogether, and I think that's where teams are going to have to start to be a little more careful about when they pick those fights, because we saw Clarity picking up a chicken dinner in match 3 because of the timing and the nature with which they were able to pick it up. We saw SALTxi8 doing so here in Sanhok, where they did not let themselves get greedy for those extra points, held on to the compound till the last minute and were able to get the chicken dinner because of that. And with these chicken dinners, right, it's not just those 15 points you pick up, it's that $500 prize that comes in too. So massive motivation for you to be a little extra cautious and precise.
Yeah, I think as long as you're gonna get that, then that's good and fine. But the moment you sort of now this is a very good conversation that you've brought up, right? Because once you're resorting for healing battles here, then the chances of you earning those $500 kind of get diminished, right? Because either ways, it's always going to be the team that is inside the circle that is going to get that $500, the chicken dinner, the much needed 15 points. But I think I think the only possible way you could really go for a healing battle is when you just reduce to that one man, right? One man team. So that is the point when you need to collect all the first aids that you can, and then maybe just push in through, try to squeeze in any single point that you can earn, because on the longer run it does matter. But as we take a look at the damage graph, now this is clearly visible, right? XGeneration, maybe they did not finish at the best of positions, but the impact that they created in lobby was way too much, along with the likes of MetershotxSKY. I mean, we saw that one fight clearly against MetershotxSKY, but they were in thick and thin of war every single time. As a result of that, they've managed to accrue 9 kills for themselves as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really interesting factoring into that conversation you mentioned, because do you want to be aggressive and try to create that impact early, get those guaranteed elimination points on board, or do you want to play that little bit of a gamble almost, where you are trying to instead play for that extra prize money as well as the guaranteed placement points? And it's a fine balance that teams have to maintain to try and get themselves a good spot on this top 10 rankings. As you can see, QWERTY, with their consistent performances, no chicken dinners yet fixes, but consistently with the placements and eliminations, which are exactly the same for them, they're in that number 4 slot. So chicken dinner or no chicken dinner, QWERTY clearly showing that consistency is what pays.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, QWERTY, clearly, heading into this particular season of PMPL, I really thought, they would be the ones contesting against SALTxi8. The start was a little bit slow, but I think they have established themselves to be one of the most stable teams right now. They're really picking up the pace. We're yet to see them go berserk, right? Because with QWERTY, if you talk, you're relatively new to this region, so I must tell you, SALTxi8 has always been one of those guys who are really calm, really composed. They play the zones, but QWERTY, these are bombs. These guys are absolute ammunitions, locked and loaded up. they go in, get those 15 kills, 20 kills, chicken dinner. And that was something that was missing from this side. But I think they've sort of managed to kind of recover themselves in that aspect, that they've gotten a lot more consistent. So I think that has to be a good news for them. But even better news for teams like Esports, Quraysh and XGeneration, who are really, are just going to topple over teams like Regicide and 3x just by the end of the first day. Now, that is something that these teams need to pay big attention to, because with all right, with 3x Esports, like I said, I can cut a little bit of slack, but with Regicides, the players have played the big stages in the past. Watching them fall like this sort of breaks my heart.
Oh, 100%. And even Regicide, for that matter, they're away from 3x because they managed to get a few good performances towards the end of Super Weekend 1. It wasn't really like a consistent thing that even got them those 80 plus points. So you can see why teams like Esports especially are able to get quite close in the matter of just one day. And it is quite disheartening because, again, in league stage, we forget that this was a team, Regicide, that got 2 chicken dinners in the 2 Miramars we had all the way back to league stage day 1. But since then, that form has never appeared for them, and it leaves us wondering what happened, what went wrong.
Well, I mean, to be honest, a lot of things, I must say, right? Because the way they've been approaching, they could certainly do a lot better. But now the final game, Erangel's here. Team H2E certainly have been the pick of the season so far in this particular Super Weekend. They have been playing amazingly well, and like discussed, right, Quantum Bridge, they're on a huge downfall. Like, they're getting eliminated pretty early on every single time, and I do not know how do they recover from this. Sirius, JD and IQ, I was talking about them, coming into this tournament as dark horses, because we have seen them in the past, but they were never this good in the first Super Weekend. And then we saw a little bit of a downfall in the performance, which sort of even was visible during those league days. And it kind of just got worse when we started to take a look at the second Super Weekend. So consistency has definitely been questioned over here. But now that we are heading into Erangel, right? Predictions, Saya. Who do you think can win, get the chicken dinner? Then we'll move on to the zones.
Ooh, I think it's going to be a very interesting one, and I almost have this weird feeling that it's going to be a team from the bottom 4 right now, a team that did not make it to Super Weekend 1, I think this is Esports' moment to shine. They didn't get a single chicken dinner throughout league stage week 2. They didn't get a single chicken dinner despite their consistent performances in these first 4 matches. To cap off day 1 with a chicken dinner, get extremely close to Regicide, that will be what they want.
I mean, of course. Alright, so you're gonna go with Esports. I'm gonna take my chance with, let's say, XGeneration, because it's high time. I mean, fair enough, right? Or maybe Quraysh, right? Any one of these 3 teams, because it's gonna be such a good sign for all the teams that for the masala to really get very intensified towards the end, because now FMR 3D, then the grounders, they're all gonna start feeling the heat just tomorrow, right? Just tomorrow, when they would be witnessing that really, a strict downfall. So that is where they will have to awake. They will have to get back to their senses, right? Because they will have to work on those mistakes that they did commit, and that has to be just about their decision making that they've been doing so far. But today's Erangel games circles have been quite interesting, I must say. With the one going completely towards the eastern side, we did witness a few default circles also. But where do you want the circle to be this time around?
I really want just a chaotic circle, I think we've seen quite a number of these final Erangels end in some really nutty circles, and that gives us some extremely pleasant gameplay to witness. And even though match 3 and match 4 had some really cool plays, we didn't get to see that traditional Pakistani aggression on fight happening through. And I think that's what a chaotic circle would really enable. It would force teams to rely on their instincts, and I think that's where we see the best coming out.
I mean, we definitely do because right now, I think my go-to mantra in this PMPL, of course, would be just stick on to the center of the circles. That's it, right? Respect the zone. Take your fights if you find an objective, if you find something beneficial coming out of it. Otherwise, just steer away, right? There's no purpose trying to head in and get everything done. Either ways, you're not gonna get inside alive, right? That has been the case with a lot of teams, particularly MetershotxSKY. I think they started off with the first Super Weekend with a banger, right? But once they went on along with things, that is when we witnessed that little bit of a downfall from their side because they were heavily relying on just position points. I mean, trying that tendency to really go for kills was not visible, but maybe that could possibly change in this particular matchup. But for my liking, at least so far, we haven't witnessed any certain circles, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, I mean, I might just change right now fixes because most of the match 5s I've casted have resulted in those southern circles around Sanhok. So it'll be quite interesting to see if that does end up happening. But with this flight path starting from the south and really quite narrow in the way it is, it seems quite unlikely.
I mean, anything could possibly happen, but looks like, ideally would be one sort of a eastern mansion shelter circle. I really love that little circle towards Milta Power, right? But yeah, taking a look at things over here for VTFT, they'd be heading over to their desired Milta Power split. We do have MetershotxSKY dropping off at Nova Repnoy. SALTxi8 will head on towards their very good old military base as Quraysh. They're also going to be taking a plunge. I'm rather excited to see some battle just, ensuing between maybe the likes of Freestyle going up against Quraysh or QWERTY. That is something that I really would want to see. But maybe I think we could get to see Freestyle going up against Magnus. But it all will be decided once the zone gets formed, right?
Yeah, and we're going to see that in a matter of seconds. I'm curious where Clarity goes for the drop. Yeah, they're seemingly going towards the standard one in Georgipal because usually when that southern circle seems to be coming, they know and they go for the Ferry Pier drop instead. But okay. Not exactly somewhat southern for sure. We've got a southwestern circle here coming on about with over 30% of the circle in those water areas and already an early contestation towards the farm area. As Star, they drop into the hands of XGeneration, but they're the ones being aggressive.
Oh, look at it. Zyro does get the coup to make a run for his life, and he does that right at the face of his enemies as the players of Star. I mean, Honk has just got to be satisfied with taking a few shots at him. But if he can get close to where Bashir is, or if it's the other way around, I think Honk could be in for quite some thrashing out there. But Bashir, he's making a run completely unaware of Honk's latest movements. Did he just miss him out?
Oh my god.
Oh,
but Hunk has not missed him out. Bashir will get knocked and finish right there. And I don't even know what that is. Is that bad luck? Bad awareness from Team Star?
I mean,
from XGeneration, I believe actually the Team Star just getting caught out. Fix is just a bit of an oopsie daisy start for them. XGeneration will immediately cut their losses and go for the rotation to try and resituate themselves in a better area, but the area they're going towards has QWERTY already it occupied. So XGeneration, they're gonna knock on doors just to find them locked and padlocked.
I mean, to be honest, right, there, XGeneration could have done better, right? Especially them, hearing those gunshots right beside them. They could have done a way far better job in trying to not just, move around in the open. It's quite understandable because, ideally that is not their drop location. Their primary objective was to come in and get a vehicle. And that was all they came here for. They meant no harm, but, had to deal with how things are and have lost out on one of those players. But taking a look at the circle clearly, this is one of those games where teams like Magnus, Freestyle, or maybe the likes of 52x Rage can capitalize. If Quantum Rage also plays their cards correct, if their zone prediction gets right, I think this also could be a very promising game for them.
Yeah, most definitely. And with the way the circle is situated again, I wonder if it does end up going towards Gatka in the later stages, or if it keeps continuing in the radical push downwards or even westwards and ends up towards the Ferry Pier area almost, or Quarry even for that matter. And we'll have to see how it does end up working out. But right now, I think a team that does have a wealth of options, again, a team that we need to talk about coming into this is TMW. Because for them, the question really becomes, ending this day off, will they be partners to 3x Esports towards the bottom of the table, or will they be able to rally back strong the way the other three teams who have come in to Super Weekend 2, the new teams who've come into Super Weekend 2 have done?
I mean, to be honest, over here, like, of course, I mean, Super Weekend 1, Super Weekend 2 are completely two different versions that we're witnessing, right? I mean, finally we got to see SALTxi8 getting the chicken. That's good, that's fine. But it has sort of been about much more about the teams that could not make it into the first Super Weekend, them really stepping it up. And of course, H2E just going ham after the teams. We did witness the fall of MetershotxSKY, QWERTY, Clarity, them also finding their mark. So, you know, the teams, the OGs are definitely getting there. They are looking a lot more comfortable. I think when it comes down to events that do span over longer periods, that is where the experienced teams, which do tend to have a little bit of a slower start, they eventually pick up pace.
Oh, most definitely. And really, I think that build up from one Super Weekend to another, the peak of it, of course, we're going to see in the grand final. So for all of these teams, it's going to be about finding that right mojo, finding that right momentum throughout. And for example, for a team like Quantum Rage, who've already found that mojo, but then lost it, it's going to be about re-establishing it. And in regards to that, like, I do wonder if it's going to come down to yet another, like, clutch play, the way IQ was able to pull off towards the end of Super Weekend 1, Day 1, because that was what helped them build momentum going into Day 2. And if one of their players can pull off that level of clutch again, then maybe they will be able to bring back their mojo.
I think maybe that works out. I do not know, because you know, to get your mojo really back, I think it's all about the confidence, right? It's all about the head. Because if you talk about the skill sets here, we all are wary of the fact that it's just 1920, right? Not too far away. It's even Stevens almost. It all comes down to how you position yourself and how you react to situations. I think those are the two demarcating factors on how I would really judge a team right now in this current beta. Right, because everyone knows how to spray with the 6x M4. Now teams are getting better at things, you know. Now people are shifting towards 4x Scarels on Miramar a lot. We're witnessing those bolt actions. So skill wise, I think grenades, they've all known how to do that, right? But positioning is something that you cannot take away, and that is something that comes with experience. Not just positioning macro wise, but even while you're inside the fights, how you react to the situations, how you sort of bob and weave those grenades, how you sort of dodge those bullets, and then try to, you know, get a knock of your own, sort of justifies or shows rather what sort of a player you are. But getting back to the game that we have going in front of us, MetershotxSKY, I think this is one of those things that they've really tried to change, is try and rotate early on as Zyro J, he was proned in, should have let him slip by, but maybe Kian could be under heavy pressure as Ash, he's made it to the waters. Now, how does he get away from Hersey?
Quite a difficult position that MetershotxSKY have found themselves in, Fixes, because the area they're in too, it's going to start facing damage from the blue zone real quick, and with the way the circle is situated, it's not going to be an easy ride into the circle, so they've got to make a decisive decision right now, either engage in the fight with Star or just maybe opt for the water rotation, because it doesn't feel like they can get back into that land area without a fight altogether. Now, with the circle closing in as well, we're seeing quite a few teams making the last-minute rotations. QWERTY, 4VTFD, even XGeneration for that matter. But in the circle itself, a few teams contesting for those crucial spots. We've got Clarity and TUF engaged in a fight around the Gatka area. Now, back to the secondary bridge right now at Sosnovka, Star and MetershotxSKY in a bit of a stalemate that is hurting both of them.
But it's something that, you know, Star can really live with, at this point, because Ash, he's gotten himself back inside the water, and it's such a bad situation for him to be in. And he really cannot afford to, just cross over the pillar, right? Because if he does that, then what Ash is going to do is get himself over to that rock, and then the tables will turn. But eventually, Ash giving himself to the circle, as a fight has already begun. It is Clarity against TUF. Now, TUF are in a really promising position. They have that high ground, but I'd love this spread coming out from Clarity.
Oh, I do too. Exactly. Really, Clarity covering a lot of ground right now while still managing to keep their options open in case they need to make the move, and they actually do need to make the move, because the circle taking a southern shift right now fixes centered around that very clear area where we've got quite a few teams making that mark. But right now around the fight itself, we've got Clarity moving in strong. Roland draws first blood, taking down Edgar, and just like that, TUF, they're caught in hot water, but Thor fighting back strong. TUF, they're holding on, but for how long?
Yeah, as Thor just decides to just charge in, and Teen Wolf, he's gonna hold on to the fort. He spots Thor's rotation out early on. Zibyan also chiming in along with him. This is supreme teamwork on display by Team Clarity over here, as they've got enough time. As Joker, he's gonna make a run for his life, and Rollin making sure that would not want to make that escape so easy. Now, in situations like this, this is something that I also tend to recommend. The players do not go for the body when you're chasing after when you're shooting at a buggy, right? Go for the wheels, because once it gets taken down, it could be a different story whatsoever. But we do have a fight ensuing between Freestyle and SALTxi8, who indeed wanted to push on Freestyle, but have taken a piece of their own medicine over here, as Uzum also gets taken down, and this could potentially be the change that Freestyle were looking out for. It's Crypto, the last man surviving. I'm pretty sure he's gonna make a run for himself as well.
Oh, most definitely. And like you said, this could be the resurgence of Freestyle, a team that really caught our attention in that league stage of week 1, but since then has somewhat gone caught off under the radar. Can they bounce back right now? We'll have to see. Freestyle making the aggressive move. They don't spot out Uzum's knocked body right now, and they're just focused on Crypto instead, who's still managing to cause a lot of havoc, do a lot of damage. Pulling off a 1v3, surely that's increasingly hard, but Crypto, he makes that a 1v2, finds the perfect nade to shut down Malik, and he's still making the rotation happen to make sure he doesn't get caught off isolated. If any player was able to pull it off, it has to be Crypto. He's got
no way! Oh, so sorry, CA, but how could he do that? A little bit of a trigger discipline was needed, man.
Yeah.
Just gave that little anonymity away, and now Freestyle, they're going to be so wary. But Crypto, I think he's taken it upon himself that he's not going to let Malik get himself back up. As Uzum gets eliminated, it's all down to Crypto, who apparently has made his way to the top of the elimination leaderboards. As TUF, they've also been eliminated, as Crypto finds one more in the form of Trident, and suddenly things are looking different. Suddenly, Crypto might just make it happen, but at the same time, I think the ones who are going to have the final laughs here are definitely going to be the players of MetershotxSKY Esports. But oh my good lord, CA, you cursed it, didn't you?
Yeah. I'm loving it. I am loving this, and I think the producer is clearly showing you on the screen now why we're losing. What is that circle?
I'm done.
Wow.
Could we just leave? What? He clutched?
Oh my god! Crypto, what? Okay. That's why he's the elimination leader fixes. Crypto showing us what he's got. Pulls off the 1v3 with a teensy bit of help from MetershotxSKY. But hey, all of that heat with that Crypto's fight generated, it's time to wash it off with a dip in the waters. Because this circle, I don't even know how it's going to end, man. Because only 2 teams are on land right here, which is MetershotxSKY and Quraysh.
Oh my goodness. I mean, from what we're witnessing, I think I will not be surprised if we get to see those mutations now coming in play. But MetershotxSKY, they are definitely going to be thanking their stars, right? Imagine, had they crossed over, that could have been a completely different story. But Quraysh, they're right on their tails, right? A lot of teams have already decided upon taking the water route, and MetershotxSKY, I think their objective will be trying to defend the shorelines as much as possible, as those nades are being lobbed, as Avenger gets taken down by Sirius from Quantum Ridge, as Zameen will retreat a little bit and try to get the res back up. But SALTxi8 Esports finally finished off, and that marks the end of Crypto's amazing run to this day.
Now, really, all of these teams, I think, might just make the decision to focus on gatekeeping rather than focus on the circle itself with the way it is, right? Going to be much harder to play for placement points unless you're already in Sosnovka, the way MetershotxSKY and Quraysh are, and actually QWERTY, for that matter. They're going to get a part of the shoreline for themselves with the early rotation that they did make happen. But talking about the gatekeeping, Quantum Rage on this beach, stuck in a battle with 4v and neither team with some clear cover, and it's gonna end up hurting Quantum Rage more so than 4v because they had that massive rock, but oh my god! One massive nade from JD knocks out two.
Oh yes, and this is the quantum race that we have been longing for so long, as it is so much of those warfare. It sort of feels like we're in World War II, right? Those little bit of shore battles, but for now, JD, he's gonna take his eyes on Leon, as now Avenger from the backline. He's chimed in, now Quantum Rage, stuck between a rock and a hard place. How do they get themselves out over here? The answer is back to the lobby. And now for VTFT, they've got to deal with MetershotxSKY, but look at this. I do not know how to react. I mean, I'm done.
I think the teams might be feeling the same way too. They're like, bro, what the heck? They all were stuck in the water, and PUBG Mobile guys being like, well, we couldn't have ended the circle in the water, you know? It has to be land. And they choose to land on Sosnovka. Some insanely radical circle shifts right here, as several teams are caught off guard. And look at this. QWERTY, they've got two players on the shoreline, but they've also got two players on a tiny ridge in the middle of the sea, trying to gatekeep. I don't think I've ever seen players in that spot before.
Oh, this is nuts. This is insane. Now, they know they've got nothing to do. The things have really heated up, as all they've got to do is head over to each other, have a little bit of a chatter. But not all right. TMW, they are men on mission. But I think it's going to be so many free kills for MetershotxSKY. I mean, this could be the chicken dinner that they were longing for, as well, the sailors do find their loot. Zibyan, however, just preferring to die to the circle, to the water, rather than give away the point.
Yeah, and on the other side, in the circle itself, you got H2E taking a lot of damage from the circle, aided by Quraysh as well. Only Pan left standing in the circle, so a very difficult task for him in that regard. But really, our focus all towards that C, as it's quickly turning from blue to red. A lot of players getting down, finished off in a quick manner, as Cairo, he's gonna find himself in hot water. OVTFT's Wash, he's got his eyes on many a player. Will finish off Cairo. Actually, he gets help from his teammate, but Magnus Esports eliminated, and now try to get rid of Star real quick. But what is going to stop them, what is going to perturb them is this circle, and QWERTY, they take advantage of it.
Oh, they definitely do. They still do have their little boat waiting for them. But can they make it to the shores alive, safe and sound? That's the big question. That's something that I'm really worried about. But MetershotxSKY do not just have to deal with the threat from the waterways. They also have to deal with the threat that's looming right behind them. And there you go. The entirety of QWERTY also getting taken down, or maybe a few of the players still survive. Yeah, two of them still are alive, but it's the end of the road for the boys from Clarity, as Destroyer will get his hands on Pan, who just died from falling. That's absurd.
It's called next level plays. Pan is like, hey, you're a competitor to me. QWERTY, you're number 4, I'm number 1, so I'm number 2 actually. So we're gonna make sure you don't get those points, even that one solo point. Fan Quite fortunate, or I'm not even sure. Is that fortunate or unfortunate the way he died?
For a moment, he just gave up, right? He's like, chuck it. I'm just gonna, take a jump from the vehicle, because either ways, had he rammed in and then taken off, maybe it could have been again a kill being given away to your opponent.
Yeah.
So might as well go down just like that, because there was no backing off once you make that hit there, right? But now MetershotxSKY, well, they're gonna have a really easy way inside the circle. But I think this could be the game where that TMW or maybe Quraysh were looking out for, by all means, because these are the two teams that have still made it on the land. But Snow, well, just under those rocks, spotting out every swimming fishes coming out to breathe, get some little oxygen. And do not ask how, why. Let's not get into biology or anything in that aspect. They were just coming out, and now they're getting taken down. But Pate, from the backlines, how could he leave himself out from the party?
I mean, certainly doesn't want to be left out, but right now it's quite interesting for teams that have left the shoreline, because teams like QWERTY, MetershotxSKY, like Quraysh, who were occupying that shoreline, now have gone towards the circle. It gives an opportunity to teams like Star, but MetershotxSKY still with their eyes on that. They shut down a player of Star, leaving them quite stranded along with NorthEsports. Now, I wonder if Star just turned their attention to North, because they're going to have to show themselves real quick. Because you can see these two players, the Star, they don't have anywhere to go. You try to leave these cliffs, MetershotxSKY will shoot you down. But look at this fixes. We've got TMW, a team that we were hoping would have a bit of a resurgent play. Now in the top 6, but under a lot of trouble. Can they hold on and get some better placements?
Well, they certainly are making a stride for it, right? And with this one grenade knock coming in from Khan, this could be exactly the moment that TMW were looking out for as they get knocked again. It is Khan and his nade barrages that is causing so much trouble for the players of Quraysh, as it all comes down to money and his teammate. As the nades keep on flowing, somehow they're still all alive, but all picks it down to a little bit of a shack out there, as Harry still alive, but not at the best of HPs. He's got to do something. Does not even have any healing to work along with, as Adi, he's going to be the hero.
Wow.
He's going to be the savior for Quraysh Esports now, for the players of QWERTY. If there could be any good possible time to push, that has to be now.
And you can see teams very happy to, I mean, not happy, I'd say, but content to just allow themselves to let the circle take them rather than give free elimination points to their competitors. Really starting to become quite a tactical battle right here. But in that moment, you could see the desperation from TMW almost, because they saw the victory in their sight. They saw all of the players of Quraysh shacked up in one small hut, and they knew all it would take is one spray or one nade, and suddenly they'd pull off the impossible and get some loot to boot to really be able to get themselves back in tip-top shape. But that doesn't happen. Instead, we've got the two teams that were initially in Sosnovka when we had that insane circle shift come out in MetershotxSKY and Quraysh, still very much present. And the third team being QWERTY, who made the early rotations happen with 2 players on the shorelines and 2 players in the middle of the sea to gatekeep. So 3 teams who were able to focus on the rotations now fighting for that winner-winner chicken dinner. And in that 1v1, it's Manny who comes out on top.
Oh yeah, and this could certainly be, the battle between these 2 big stalwarts. But can't really rule out Quraysh, like you said. But Sardarji getting the better out of Khan, as Quraysh, they are eyeing out for those $500. They have their eyes set on the big prize, as well as Destroyer. He's just gonna try to spray the living world out of Quraysh, but nothing seemed to have connected. And I think at a certain point, that a little bit of reluctancy means that he's not having enough ammunition on board with him. But at the same time, Quraysh do not have enough personnel also to work along with. But that is where MetershotxSKY really come handy, right? Spotting Adi from back behind and get that knock and finish on him, reducing Quraysh's numbers.
QWERTY are being quite aggressive too. They want to finish off Quraysh before MetershotxSKY come into play. They find the knock on Romeo and Sardarji with one single spray, and MetershotxSKY, they're left wondering, wait a second, did we have an opportunity to third party? Did we just miss something right here?
I mean, this is the perfect Mexican standoff that we were looking forward to, as SALTxi has managed to take down Destroyer. It's going to be very imperative for Wolverine to survive, at least make it for the top two. You know, try to not be in the thick and thin of things. But Romeo seems to have lost out on his lives, as Hitachi is also bleeding, which clearly, you know, brings down the buck towards money. How is his performance going to be, as Quraysh Esports his money? He's getting the job done. He's managed to secure that finish, but all the more help for MetershotxSKY, because they still do have 3 players for their team surviving, and this could just be the chicken dinner that could be the game that they were looking out for.
Oh, most definitely looks like a MetershotxSKY in a 3v1v1 with just Manny and Wolverine surviving from their respective teams. It does look like MetershotxSKY should be able to pick up the chicken dinner, and that will mean taking out the other 2 teams. Now Quraysh, they're done for. Wolverine, he's the last man standing. Surely a 1v3 is impossible, but hey, I said that for Crypto once earlier in this match and he pulled it off. Why can't Wolverine?
Oh, I mean, he certainly can. I mean, there is a chance on it that he possibly could do. But considering his position has, you know, kind of been compromised, and the fact that he's outside the circle, I do not like his chances. Wolverine needs to start off with something, because in the next 5 seconds, the zone is going to start shrinking in. Not the best weapon. This gun absolutely going wildfire. But there you can see Khatir just coming in from the sides, and those nades are going to be chipping away every bit of life remained in Wolverine over here, as all by his lonesome gets taken down, and that has to be a winner chicken dinner for MetershotxSKY. Finally, after a long while.
A long while indeed, where they started off Superweekend 1 looking damn strong. Since then it has been a bit of a rocky road for them, where they end off Superweekend 2 day 1 on a very strong note with that winner chicken dinner and $500 in the pocket. MetershotxSKY circle most definitely helped them out a bit, but they played that commendably as well, holding on to their compound for the longest of time, and then only coming out as soon as they saw that engagement between QWERTY and Quraysh, fully capitalizing on that engagement to get themselves that chicken dinner and really end this day off on a brilliant note.
Oh yeah, I mean, they could not have asked for more, right? I think at this point, I believe MetershotxSKY would be thanking Team Star, right? Quite literally, because as the phrase does come down, thanking their stars. I think stars in this scenario, because if you remember, they were team MetershotxSKY wanted to move in from that eastern breach, from that Novripnoy bridge, out of which they kind of went to a halt. They rather took that they took a U-turn around that and went on and held on to a very good position, which we are going to talk about a lot more after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Oppo F21 Pro, all in its might and glory, right? And make sure you have your dates booked, right? It's launching on the 11th of April. So might want to get your hands on before it gets sold out, because for getting those winner chicken dinners, you need to ensure you've got the best device with you. And Oppo F21 Pro certainly does provide that. But we headlong to the MVP of this particular matchup. Has to be Kian from MetershotxSKY Esports. And well, I mean, we do have to resume that little conversation, right? Had Star led them through, this could have been a completely different story. We could have seen possibly a new winner.
Oh yeah, exactly, and really, like you said, they're gonna thank their stars and be glad that that fight ended up, and not just the fight happening, but more like the fact that it happened so slowly. You know, because even if they had finished off Team Star quickly, then they would have most likely gone for a mainland rotation rather than stay on Sosnovka. And the fact that it went so slowly meant that they decided to try and use the other bridge for the rotations, which is why they ended up staying on Sosnovka in the first place. But really, another player that catches my eye in this top 5 is Crypto. Left stranded in that 1v3, still pulled it off, man.
Oh yeah, I think huge ups to him, and finally getting to see Crypto doing his magic, right? Finally finding his groove. Now that's the Crypto that I've been talking about. Very calm, very composed. Every single time you talk to this lad, he's so down to earth, man. Like, does not have any pride, no ego at all. Certainly, marks all the qualities of a true champion. That is SALTxi8's Crypto for you. But MetershotxSKY Esports and Team QWERTY, as a little bit of a face-to-face stats comparison between them, clearly MetershotxSKY, of course, considering the fact that they did bring their fishing rods, did put them to good use also, got a lot of damage being dealt, but I really felt they could have gotten with a few more eliminations. Maybe what do you think?
Maybe, just maybe. I really think it could have been possible if they had been slightly more aggressive in that shoreline gatekeep they were trying to hold. But clearly that chicken dinner was very, very important, so they just managed to push on through. But I think again you can see why we were talking about Crypto, highest eliminations for him, but mostly domination in that regard for MetershotxSKY, and Kian specifically, he had a blinder of a game.
Oh yeah, he certainly did. I mean, every single thing was perfect about him, and he had made a few mistakes in the past, but certainly has gotten over it, and that has to be good, right? MetershotxSKY, this is exactly what they needed. One good game where the stars had aligned for them. All they had to do is hold on a good position, and this were a sort of a trade-off for MetershotxSKY, to be honest, because they had to make two decisions over there. Either they could have stayed back, held on and took a few teams down who were still, trying to swim their way up to the land, or they could have respected the circle. They did the latter, and as a result of which earned those 15 points, which could have been something different. They could have won the chicken dinner maybe with 10-12 kills. Could have also been the case where they rotated pretty late and someone else could have secured the spot that they were holding on to, and they could have been eliminated way early.
Oh, 100%. And really we're starting to again witness, not even starting at this point, we're continuing to see the rise of those teams that did not make it to Super Weekend 1 continue on through. Quraysh really standing out in that regard. But I think overall, when we look at the rankings, we're going to see every single one of Quraysh, North Esports, as well as XGeneration really able to step up to the mark. TMW, I'd say still not bad, just moderate in the way they've approached the day so far. They had a decent match 5 right here, were able to pull off the rotation despite being stuck out, and for them it'll be just building on this performance going into day 2 and 3.
Yeah, of course. I mean, from here onwards, I think I'm really happy with the way Quraysh has performed today.
Yeah.
By tomorrow's second game, I think they would already have taken a good amount of lead for themselves. But taking a look at the zone analysis, I mean, I'm not suited for this job right now. I do not know under what circumstances could the circle go down so much towards the southern side. It usually or ideally does not happen, and today it has, right? And that sort of kind of puts me off, like, what on earth am I just watching, right? Because look at this, right? This is the point where MetershotxSKY, they were just around that little bit of military bridge. They realized, oh guys, this is our game. This is something that we've been looking forward to. This is something that we can win, and here it is. I think let's just capitalize, let's just keep our heads together. But yeah, I've got to give commends to Team QWERTY, man, because they took that waterway out and still managed to make it to the shores, made it to the top 3. I think a very commendable job done.
Oh, 100%. And they did so even while continuously engaging in fights with that 2-2 split of theirs, where two players were waiting on that small ridge in the water. So clearly a team that was trying to capitalize on multiple fronts, and that's the way you had to be with the ridiculous shift that happened. You had to be adaptable. You have to have really be thinking on your feet. And QWERTY did that, got themselves that top 2 finish coming in to this lobby. And I think for them, really, it's, again, no chicken dinner yet so far, but consistent finishes continuously helping them climb up that ranking ladder.
You know, this is what we like, right? This is what we love to see from their side, and that has been their go-to mantra. And I'm not going to question them because maybe they're saving the best for the last. Because you know they still haven't gotten out Anaconda, the secret weapon, which the whole world knows. Once gets unleashed, it doesn't seem to stop. Now I'm talking about Rahman, ladies and gentlemen. So of course, one of those players, one of the OGs of the Pakistan region, and see, I mean, the day you get to cast him, you're gonna be delighted with what that lad can do. But that's the thing, right? The consistency was definitely not there with Rahman. There were games where he used to come in and play, he used to get, let's say, 10 to 12 finished points, and the next few days he never showed up for a game. And I was wondering, where on earth has Rahman vanished? But it is what it is with him. But yeah, this game, as we take a look at the Oppo moments for the evening, Crypto's 1v3 shall certainly be the standout for this evening, as he completely outplayed the players of Freestyle, completely constantly having them to think as to where they are, really.
Yeah,
this is how Crypto got wiped.
Yeah, it really did end up being the circle that put Crypto in a very bad spot, you know. Not something that he himself got himself into, but like you said, just getting him out of that situation, brilliantly done. But this is the ridge I was talking about, QWERTY and Gravity holding on, and I love the way they did it with Khan just holding the boat while Gravity held on for the fights, and then later Khan tried to ferry him out. It didn't work out, but I really like the concept, the idea. Just like that, towards the end of the circle, we saw with all of these 3 teams clashing, it did come down to Wolverine and Destroyer to make sure they make that mark, find that second spot, and they did so. But like we were talking about, even the zone analysis fixes for MetershotxSKY, it did mean, because of that radical circle shift, as soon as they saw the victory in their eyes, they played it precisely to guarantee that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, of course, no questions at that. The moment they had it, even their expression quite reflects that, yeah, this was something that we had to take. Just shrugged it off. But look at the damage numbers. You know, I'm quite astonished. Now, the first time I'm witnessing, you know, that 0-0 mark with that team H2E over there, because that is something that we haven't really seen for quite some time, right? So that certainly could have been a little different, but regardless, I think all the teams, they did put their hearts out. A lot of teams had to struggle to fight their way inside the zone, especially North Esports. They were stuck in a really hard place there. You know, the team ahead of them, team behind them, even the other squads that came at their direction, Quantum Rage, for example. So many teams in those dire circumstances still could not see the better of things, as XGeneration was, for them also, it was not a game that they'd wanted. But for TMW, 721 points of damage, but still no finishes here. What do you have to say about this?
Unlucky, I think, is the best way to say. But again, they managed to get into the top 5 with regards to placement. So in that regard, at least, they will be happy with what they were able to get. Still not content. That's why I said like a moderate day for them. Not the optimal day with respect to what they can achieve. But talking about optimization, QWERTY again, the only team in that top 7 fixes without a chicken dinner, but they managed to get themselves in that 3rd slot. Now directly looking to contest SALTxi8 and H2E.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Team QWERTY had been needing for quite some time, right? Finally catching up to Quantum Rage, and by the end of the evening taking them down. But MetershotxSKY, look at the plunge that they've taken, 5 points up, like you said, you know, 5 positions up. But this is even getting more exciting for us, as there you could see North Esports finally have toppled over 3x Esports. Now 3x Esports managed to accrue 56 points out of from 15 games, and North Esports exceeded them with just 5 games played. Showed how much North Esports have come in prepared, and can't really have Quraysh Esports far behind, right? I think by the end of the first game, I'm pretty sure they're gonna just topple over them. But for XGeneration, maybe by the end of tomorrow's evening, that's where I'm anticipating, if and only if they continue to keep on playing like this. But for TmwEsports, well, I mean, they still have a long way to go, right?
Yeah. And that's where I think day 2 will decide. Will they be the bottom partners with 3x Esports at the end of the Super Weekend, or will they be able to make the move happen, at least get over Regicide, if not FMXR3D, at the end of the Super Weekend? So you've got that 2-team gap that you can look to build on going into Super Weekend 3 to make it into the top 16, because the way North and Quraysh are seemingly going fixes, it does look like they will most definitely not just take over FMXR3D and Regicide, but potentially even Grounders and make it into the top 10.
Oh yeah, I mean the way they've been playing, I'm pretty sure if they just keep on carrying forward with this momentum, it's bound to happen. But for Magnus, they kind of looked a little short today, because Magnus, they've had their few moments, especially that one Erangel game. There are few individualistic moments of glory, I must say. But as an overall team, I think I did expect better from them. Team TUF, they also seem to be in the thick and thins of actions. I really liked how they also approached. But yeah, I think they've got a lot of catching up to do, and it's all right. When you play 2 Super Weekends, you sort of increase your chances of qualifying for the finals, because right now for all these teams, it is the finals that matter a lot. Enter there, then again you're going to start over the points from new points. So that is where they could look to carry on with their domination, or whatever they would want.
Oh, 100%. And really, this last half of the table, like really, I would say almost the bottom 12 teams from rank 8 all the way to 20, they're starting to look so volatile, where a single game can cause so many shifts. A single good game can cause a team to really make huge movements, the way MetershotxSKY did, for example, jumping 5 slots into that mark. So really is where it comes down to critical decision making from all of these teams. But consistency pays off, not just in terms of points, but also in terms of eliminations. As you can see, Wolverine breaking that SALTxi8 clarity vibe that we've got going on for so long in the top 5, with him making it on into the top 3.
It was a completely different story in that first Super Weekend, right?
Yeah.
Not a lot of these players were visible there. In fact, not any of them were there. Of course, 420, for a few moments, he had made it to the top 5. Usually, he was sort of in that 6th to 10th position, right? But now, as the league kept on progressing, that is where, they have been, these have been replaced by them. But few new additions also over here being made. Of course, Pan, Ash, Hakar, and Wasi and Malik, well, they were there right from the very start. Wasi, one of my favorite contenders for the elimination leaderboards, not at the best of the spots, but taking a look at North Esports, you could clearly see they are focusing a lot more on positioning. Not the today as well, if you take a look at it, I think it's been a really decent performance for these lads in terms of even getting kills as well. Because just for a second, I was kind of taken aback. I really thought that this would be their overall. I was like, how could they be so less? But it's just for this days, and it was a good performance from their side. Look at this, 11-9-9 clearly shows how aggressive of a squad they have been in terms of taking fights, and even their position points, the survival points that they have taken for them. I think today was a really good day for North Esports.
Oh, 100%. Already taking over 3x Esports in day 1. North Esports had a consistent day 1 and will be hoping to build on this coming into days 2 and 3, but it's not easy, while you're on Steam, while you're feeling the form, you can most definitely get it done. But the moment you have a poor game, the moment you almost dip out for a second, that's where the true test comes into play of whether or not you can make it back into the form, whether or not you can make it back into the road and push back strong. But to witness all of that action, I think really I'm excited to see how the rest of this Super Weekend unfolds.
Quite surely, it was such an amazing start to the second Super Weekend, right? You talk about, you talk about so many new teams coming in, H2E getting those back-to-back chicken dinners. But for you guys, the action has been so intense. So do not forget to follow us, hashtag PMPL. Do not forget to, subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on our Facebook page, and also on our Instagram page as well, because all the updates regarding this tournament are going to be shared exclusively right over there only. And yeah, of course, you did check out the Oppo F21. It was such an amazing day. You know, H2E getting back-to-back chickens. We did see Clarity getting their chicken 16 kills and everything. SALTxi8 also getting one for themselves. And to end the day off, MetershotxSKY getting those $500 in the bag certainly says that we're up for a really amazing weekend ahead. But with that being said, finally to the end of today's affairs, we're going to be calling it a night. We're going to see you tomorrow.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक फिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस मैं किया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 Knock out करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं वाली